अस्सलाम वालेकुम। हेलो। अस्सलाम वालेकुम भाईजान, आप कैसे भाई, उनकी बहनों के हाल चाल है, टिको ना खुश हो राजी हो। वेलकम बैक टू दी फटर रीम। वेलकम हो गया भाई लोग जो आ रहा है। लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो, जल्दी जल्दी फ्रेम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो। मैच हो गए हैं शुरू। क्या बात है। अच्छा जी, आज फिर 40 और पावर आमने सामने भाई सनोक के पहले मैच के अंदर। इस बार तो मैं कहता हूँ पावर वालों की खैर नहीं होनी चाहिए। सिर्फ बदला ले लो, 40 वालों बदला ले लो। आज कल इन्होंने मारा था, आज तुम मारो। यही जगह थी, यही प्लेयर्स थे। लो लो, आज बदला लो इनसे। जियो बच गया। जियो पहला डाउन कर दिया भाई, रैगनार को डाउन कर दिया फलक ने। जी जी। ओए भाई जान जी, 2 डाउन हो गए हैं। नाइस। नॉक फिनिश कर दिया। बहुत आला भाई, एक को फटाफट रिवाइव कर दे। और नाइस भाई, क्यू ने भी डाउन कर दिया एक। जियो चलो भैन दी फिरी थोड़ी लोबी। ये चीज नाइस। आखिरी रह गया, आखिरी रह गया, आखिरी रह गया, आखिरी रह गया। 0 है। 1 HP। और चल भैन दी फिरी। कल इन लोगों ने एक गवाया था, आज एक भी नहीं गवाया। और भाईजान चारों के चारों गए। जियो जी जी। 4 किल। चल बदला पूरा हुआ। कल का बदला आज पूरा हुआ। यू नो, चेक किया फिर। इसी जगह कल इनकी मौत हुई थी, IQ वाले 40 वालों की। पावर वालों ने मारा था। ऐसे 4 किल उठाए थे इन लोगों ने कल, आज हमने उठाए हैं। बदला पूरा। वेलकम हो गया यार जो आ रहा है। लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो, जल्दी जल्दी फ्रेम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो, जल्दी जल्दी फ्रेम को लाइक लाजमी करो यार। क्या बात है। चलो जी, मार कुटाई इसमें सही लगती है पहन दी फ्री। और आगा एक गया। ये YG यालों को मरवाओ। YG DRX ये गए ना, इनको पॉइंट्स नहीं मिलने चाहिए। हाँ हाँ ठाकुर साहब, कल यहीं पे 4 किल हमने दिए थे, आज हमने लिए इनके फिर। लेकिन कल इनका एक फिनिश कर दिया था, आज एक भी हमारा फिनिश नहीं किया। चारों जिंदा। रिवेंज रिवेंज। अब तगड़े हैं, अब कहीं नहीं जाता, पूरा इलाका है इनका भाई। चारों ने मिल गई मारा है, एक आधा फलक ने गिराया है, IQ ने मारा है, वो भी कह रहा हूँ। वो नाइफ वो एक गोली का था। PUBG मोबाइल। ये आज भाईजान जी 13 से ऊपर जाओ। भाईजान जी एक और गिराया है, एक गिराया है, REG का गिराया भाईजान जी 40 वालों ने। ओ को आज नहीं, आज नहीं छीमिया, आज नहीं। फिनिश भी कर दो, रिवाइव ना हो जाए बस। उधर स्पेक्टेड लेकर जाओ जहाँ फाइट हो रही है। क्या कर रहे हैं यार ये भी, मुझे नहीं बिठाया बस स्पेक्टेड पे इन लोगों ने। अबे दिखाओ भाई। छह किल हो गया, 2 मार है। रिवाइव हो गया। शिट। IQ ने एक गिराया, नॉक फिनिश किया है। IQ ने REG का नॉक फिनिश कर दिया है। जियो 5 किल हो गए। और फलक नॉक हो गया। फलक नॉक हो गया। यो फलक को बचाओ, भैन दी फ्री थोड़ी। उठा 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 उठा, रिवाइव रिवाइव। अबे कर दो रिवाइव। हो गया रिवाइव, हो गया 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 रिवाइव। हाँ भाई राफे वेलकम हो गया भाई लोग। जो जो आ रहा है लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो जल्दी जल्दी। स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो। और फलक साहब बढ़ गए हैं भाईजान। पाकिस्तान की हाँ 40 है 40। हो गया फिनिश हो गया फलक। फलक हुआ है ये, कोई और हुआ, कोई हुआ है इनका, एक फिनिश हुआ है। फलक ही हुआ 2 किल होने के बाद। 7 किल निकाल लिए। जी जी भाई जान, जियो नोकी आई क्यू नोकी जियो। ओ T24 नोक हो गया। हो गया रिवाइव, हो गया T24। फिर नॉक हो गया पैन। आई क्यू नॉक हो गया पैन दी फ्री। और 2 नॉक हो गए T24। फिर एक दोनों फिनिश हो गए। चौथे के भी बस आखिरी फांसे हैं। 1 HP किट लगा ली। नोकी पड़ा है खाली, नोकी। नोकी पड़ा है सिर्फ इकलौता। नोकी 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 सरवाइव कर यार, अब सरवाइव निकाल अब। बाप नोकी का यही बंदा सरवाइव करे। नहीं नहीं अभी नहीं बढ़े। सात किल है बहुत है, अब सरवाइव चाहिए। पूरा बढ़ गई। 3 गए और आ गए, आखिरी रह गया। फाल्कन का भी आखिरी है यही। और ये गया गया। चल भाई फाल्कन भी आउट। और आगे भी आखिरी वो है। पड़ा तो है, अभी बढ़ गया। बढ़ गया नौकी। यार राव है उसको, भाई को कॉल कर, उसको कॉल ना करे। मैं खेल नहीं रहा, उसको गेम नहीं खेल रहा, मैं वो कर रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, मैच दिखा रहा हूँ। टुर गए यार मोहब्बत आले, ले गए नाल हाफे। ओए ओए, डॉग नॉक हो गया भाई अल्फा गेमिंग, लेकिन डॉग को बचा लिया जाएगा। ओ फिर ये के 3 आखिरी रह गया। यहाँ पे डॉग को मुझे लगता है रिवाइव दे दिया जाएगा। ओ भाई जान जी, बड़े बोए अंदर मारना, नेड एक गया। नाइस, रिफ्यूज रिफ्यूज रिफ्यूज। ले गए भाई अल्फा वाले, ले गए, ले गए भाई। नहीं छोड़ते, ये बड़े कुत्ते हैं, नहीं छोड़ते। गया ओ गया, बढ़ गए बढ़ गए बढ़ गए। दो रह गए अल्फा वाले। आ रही जी। कौन निकालेगा चिकन डिनर? कोई भी पूरी टीम नहीं है। अबे क्या हुआ है? आवाज आ रही है मेरी? हेलो हेलो, आवाज आ रही है? हेलो हेलो हेलो। फ्री डोक नाइस। क्या मार गया भाई ले, कुत्ता प्लेयर ही डोक। ओए ओए ओए, क्या 1v2 मारी भैन दी फ्री डोक ने। आरजी भी बचे हुए गए आईडिया वाले। अल्फा गेमिंग उठाएगी चिकन भाईजान, लिखवा लो। चल निकाल के पहन दी फ्री अल्फा गेमिंग। बहुत नाला खेले हैं भाई, नाइस। डॉग कुत्ता बना हुआ था भैन दी फ्री। 1 HP। यार बहुत टाइम रखते हैं भैन दी, फिर अगला मैच जल्दी स्टार्ट ही नहीं करते, पता नहीं क्या है इनको। जी 28 पॉइंट हो गए हैं, मतलब के 40 के 27 पॉइंट, 7 पॉइंट मिले इस गेम में। यार पोजीशन पॉइंट नहीं निकाल रहे ना, ये पोजीशन पॉइंट ही नहीं निकाल रहे भैन दी फ्री। किल्स तो चाहिए चाहिए, लेकिन पोजीशन पॉइंट भी लाजमी है। IQ लॉन्गेस्ट एलिमिनेशन में आ गया जियो। ओ बड़ा मारता है यार डोक यहाँ भैंस यार। ये तो जोन में मर जाता, किल इन देता रामी। बड़े पॉइंट खींचे अल्फा गेमिंग ने, दूसरे पे आ गई है पैंदी शुकी भाई 70 पॉइंट। ओए 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 ओए, बड़े पॉइंट खींच के आई है अल्फा गेमिंग भाई। खाली एक चिकन किया, बस भाई ये वही खड़े हैं 13वें नंबर पे, ये नहीं ऊपर जाते। विशन लेते ही नहीं है पैंदी, फ्री किलो का क्या करना है, एक किलो का 1 पॉइंट है सिर्फ, 28 पॉइंट। अच्छा ठीक है, बकवास बंद करो, गेम लगाओ। शुक्र है स्टार्ट किया जी। आठ सौ 66 मीटर नहीं ढूंढता भाई। सर्कल तो देखो कहाँ निकल गया जी। फोर्टी तो अपनी जगह पे पहुंच गई भाई। जियो ये है पाकिस्तानी प्योर। एक मिनट यार, थोड़ी सी आवाज खोल लूं इसकी मैं।
Towards this top spot, but it's why there is such a big point differential when you think about placements. They're not getting as deep into games as we've seen before back in the group stage. For them as well, you know, you're just the one chicken actually, which it comes back to haunt you a little bit. Teams definitely spotting them out. Yes, they can still handle themselves, and you've got a good distribution of firepower with the gun skill, but looking for some of those placement games now, like you say, try and leapfrog further up to get yourself back into a focal position towards the top spot. We get power on our screens as well. Another team that similarly, it's been down to a lot of their work when it comes to taking head-on engagements, hot drops, late game developments where you're looking at sort of 9 to 10 eliminations. But again, teams have scoped them out. They're stopping them from making it too far into the overall flow of the game. We'll see if maybe that will change here for a few of our teams.
Meantime, let's take a look on that northern side. Regnum Kaya currently sat fairly central, looking to push further into this one. For Alter Ego, like you were saying, placement points are a little bit of a scarcity Definitely not like they haven't got any here, but in terms of Alva's scouting, that was the main thing that kind of made them look special in their group stages, where it was very easy for them to cut themselves away in towards that end game. Definitely different here when you get to the playoffs, where you're playing against the best of the 24, right? Very much confirmed onto, well, not always those rotations are as easy as they were in the past for them. Alva's not finding these critically unclaimed areas of the map. But still, that last game was just it's a worrying one, but also a promising one, where they get taken down essentially by Sook. He gets a shot, like you were saying before. It was a nasty one that came through over towards Rosemary and one of the players early, so it just slowed them down. Then they move up, they lose 2 on the knock, which allows Alpha Gaming a very clear approach over towards their position. That could have been an amazing game. Just a lot of little mistakes came through, which led to them just not having that opportunity. These sorts of things just can't really happen here in the playoffs, especially when you're playing 3v1 and you're losing 2 players on a knock. That must feel very frustrating. So for a lot of teams who did have those mistakes last game, day 2 is all just about being able to reset game after game after game.
Yeah, you've got no time to let yourself feel disparaged, really, in kind of your head-in-hand moments. It has got to be very quick turnaround from game to game and straight back in, just focusing on the overall run for the championship. Because obviously, as we said, as we clued up going out of survival stage with no Alpha 7, any one of these squads has the opportunity to be crowned a new champion. You won't have the 2-time possibility, which should really reinvigorate some of the squads as well that are going into this thinking, you know what, we can push for so much here. The legacy, steal away the title, embody ourselves, be another squad that has our history made here live in Saudi Arabia.
Let's take a look at the rotations going through now. Alter Ego, they wrap round over towards Stalbert. Nice bit of high ground to get good vision on. Horror actually finding Sleepy. We have a quick knockout towards Fahida. This guy backs it off and takes a bit of damage. Nice shots from Al-Haji, but there is a response which backs him off. This guy is going to crawl back over towards his teammates while priming another nade. And Jiggle's very worried about holding that angle there. Power's done a fantastic job here at keeping them at bay.
It's the last magazine for Al-Haji as well, with the shotty up close. 6 shells remaining for him. He's pre-firing on the corner, hoping they'd re-peek into it. Ooh, down to the wire there as well to go for the double back to grab Fahidam, but he will be able to pick him up. You've got cover. Bora aren't instantly engaging off for this, and there is protection at least from the rooftop side there, slightly further back. That's easy. A man that is incredibly crisp. He can take the window peek. Oh, nade over. Seeing if they can get that one on target. Nearly, but not quite hitting the mark.
It's one of the very, very open compounds on the northeast side of the map, just underneath Stalber. This does isolate the fight a little bit. No one's really wanting to run into this one because those sight lines are so open. Does happily contain 2 teams. For Horror, they're figuring out whether this is worth it to them, right? Is it worth it to continue this fight? It's likely not going to end up on this side of the map. If it's not, as we shove over towards the western side. The good thing for Horror is they did position Power further away to the point where they could make a getaway first. So they're absolutely going to be ahead of Power in the coming moments.
Yeah, you can set up quicker, which at the end of the day will be far more worth it than running the risk of both of them scrapping it out and you limp away, even with 1 or at worst 2 knocks there if they did take down Power, or vice versa with Horror falling. So it's just not worth the risk. They call it quits, especially with the placements that they're both in 9th and 10th place at the minute. We also get vision of 4 Thrives again. Obviously, this is 4 Thrives that have really been struggling in some of these games. They took some uncomfortable early game exits back in day 1. They were able to upset Power on the hot drop here going into day 2's opening game. It's Team Secret that were near them, but you've got close grouping even with Fireflux that are moving down from the bridge side. A little bit of scouting from Scarface.
Small amount being done there. Identify where teams are playing. It's quite difficult around this area as well because there is a lot of slopes. Does deny those sight lines coming through. Information cut off a little bit. Working in the dark. Find the flashlight to figure out the pathways through. Regnum Kaya did move up from that south side slightly to the eastern edge of shooting range, which we all know is pretty horrible at times. We'll see definitely some teams get themselves lined up against that fence. Alter Ego, though, they opted to head far on the north side. They started over towards Stalber, and they're going to work that coastline over towards Severny, where Weibo Gaming on our screens are lying.
It's been nice to see, at least for Weibo as well, the way they've been able to play even when they're split. Even if it's a solo player, there's been some really good heads-up calls in terms of the impact they've been finding with the gun skill, which has been fun to watch. Obviously for them, you do need to try and push for a bit more, keep those points building. Potential to leapfrog a little bit as well with how close the grouping is there. All the way up from 8th place to just behind Alter Ego in 4th, if they could have a great day of it with some of the squads above, struggling at least into our game here.
Gas on side, refueling, getting ready to go. Quite a bit of space on the northwest edge of this map, which is unclaimed right now, Jackie. Teams will probably have to move up from Rozhok soonish, and the island that sits between Yangon Galacticos on their lineup on that southwest side. It's a pretty awkward circle a lot of times for squads. There's few areas to really post up and stay for a long time, but we're centering on shooting range. Now is actually not a bad time to pick up those buildings that sit around shooting range. You can get naded into them and the fence around it to provide cover, but it's better than nothing.
You got Ida that almost looked a little bit camouflaged there as well, and they're late roaming towards the circle with the blue matching the actual blue itself. Thunder Talks taking a bit of damage from the side as well. That's Fireflux that have been scouting out, obviously looking for an opening opportunity to get thrown into an engagement here. You got the hovercraft for the quick getaway, so they can at least keep themselves moving. All squads still currently standing. Only one player has been removed from the equation over on the side of Falcons. They're down to a trio. We might lose some more players here. The close quarters crash comes in. They dive out of the back of the hovercraft, but straight into the forefront of Weibo. They're able to deal some damage. Oh, ring around the rosies, but they're starting to fall down from the third party of DRX.
Now Power moves in as well, sweeps around, they get a lay of the land, figure out where these players are. A second swipe comes through, and nades would be easy to send over towards that location. Power still figuring things out though, and opts to just send it slightly further back. Easy has the 2 nades to work with, but it's not to go in. So funny that AJ just kind of throws that hovercraft in, hoping to catch a few of them on the approach, just squash them all. Doesn't get any, and then proceeds to sit in the hovercraft thinking about what he's done.
Yeah, time to reminisce, and probably not memories that you'll really want replaying if you have that visual memory. Not ideal whatsoever, and that is how we say goodbye to our first team, at least here as well. With Thunder Talks now going down fully off the back of it. Alpha Gaming, Nonshin, Red Force here, right near each other. Obviously Alpha Gaming, and the difference is they've been able to make some heads-up calls towards the late game, whereas Nonshin, it feels like it's very aggressive PUBG Mobile, right? As soon as they catch whiff of an opportunity, they will dogpile on you and not stop.
Nonshin's scary. I think that Seven was talking about on the desk how they looked great there. And I think that it's hard with Nongshim Red Force to figure out whether what they're doing is a great play or a bad play, because when it comes to those engagements, they look really good, but how many of those engagements could they have not taken and still found a good game off the back of it without having to waste resources, find bullet holes in their vests, and just move on looking a little bit more clean. Yangon Galacticos over now towards the southwest side. They've been working the problem, working the issue, and now they're holding out Ida, who did try and cross on the island. And I think they've done enough now to slow them down, to make their approach really, really hard.
Alpha caught whiff of the arena on that drive-by, but trying to dive out and actually be in a position to get the opening shots off before you lose a player was not worth it. So they've had to keep chicaning around and look for better cover to at least pull up for now. Obviously that's Weibo that are slightly off ever since they had that hovercraft crash that came their way. Fireflux might actually take the punch straight to E-Arena. Joker's been getting a lot of cover down for them, breaking up the sight lines with the smokes at least.
Ida eliminated. The Arena recalls the rest of the team back in the action. There is one knock that goes through. Fireflux do get the center of the circle on this one, on this small plateau that they're working with. I was really hoping for a shooting range finish, honestly. It would have been very fun. Sort of like a maze in there at times. Sook finding Reefus on the knock here for Alpha Gaming, who did set up, and they've been in a world of hurt for a long, long time after Thundertalk sent in on top of them. Try to sit that hovercraft down on Weibo. TW on a couple of turns of his own, getting the 360 scope of the land.
Oh.
Wow, maybe he didn't read it as quite as well as I thought.
Yeah, not quite the full scope of the land. Didn't spot that rock, but luckily they don't punish off the back of it.
90% efficiency.
About 10% goes a long way.
There's Alter Ego. This is an interesting rotate actually, and they're rotating directly over towards Nocturne Red Force, which again, they are a terrifying team. They're still a terrifying team, even though they make mistakes sometimes. You've got to admit that their prowess when it comes to engagements, horrible to run into. Krypton immediately gets knocked down by Sleepy as well. That's over towards the north side because he was slightly late on the rotate, scouting going over towards the west, desperately trying to find an area that they could play in. At least they have information over towards Horror there, and Krypton's death was for not for naught, essentially.
Rosemary, shots down range. Making that one look like the Major 14. Clean connections. It's a nice way to open it up and at least get some bite back over after the damage was done onto their team. So you take Krypton, will keep trying to take heads off of you. Quick switch to the secondary as well. Barrage of bullets keeps on coming in, and they're relatively pinned as well. Regnum Kyrie seeing the opportunity for this. TW actually with the explosive bow as well. This one could have some sparks to it, Blank.
It could do. I mean, able to get some damage over the top. Alter Ego, they explode a vehicle, and it ends up in misery with Sleepy hitting the deck. He's going to take a nap on this one for a short while, whilst the rest of the team desperately tries to wake him up, shaking him inside that ditch.
15 arrows left. I mean, you can kind of just zone on this and nip at both of the heels. You can keep it uncomfortable for either squad. Ooh, okay. I mean, uncomfortable being the operative word for him now. Quickly, get your head down, reset.
Good shots back up towards Al-Haji, though, from Wild and Loxy. Instantaneous reaction. Horror's going to try and send some nades their way. A little bit further, probably would have found TW. He's got no first aid kits. He's running on 10 bandages, which is not an ideal scenario for them. Fireflux, though, with an awesome position over towards the center. Same with E Arena. Alpha Gaming will need to circumvent shooting range. Get themselves out of there. Target practice in terms of where they'll land on the map.
In a period as well, I was curious if DRX might actually try and make a bit of a move up towards Alpha, but instead you can see the shift around. Zone comes in as well. Fireflux has been in a great spot for quite some time there. It feels like they've always had the zone on their side. 4 Thrives again, another team that's in a good position off the back of the zone shift.
It's a nice compound to work with for 4 Thrives. It's going to be critical when it comes to holding out teams on the western edge, though, right? With that building control, you have to be proactive taking those shots. Regnum Kaya makes a dangerous maneuver, because they'll have to move away. One of the teams that is the furthest away from getting in towards the circle, they are bombarding it directly over towards E Arena. Shots are being sent through, as that's from Alter Ego, in fact, and Monman will pick up the pieces.
Ooh, carnage being caused. Fireflux want to hold on to their good position and deny any entrance from Regnum Karia, with Rosemary in the back confirming shots. Bahora peek back up, and it's another one from Jiggle to knock Rosemary down into his last legs. Meanwhile, you had that head-to-head versus Power and Alpha that was going on over towards shooting range, so it's kicking off in the north. It's all happening in the center as well.
Yeah, Daybot sent away in a vehicle, was on pretty much no HP. Even one tag will take him out, and that desperate run comes to an end very, very quickly. Horror will have to move, though. 4 players all still alive is somewhat surprising from this position, and they make it work. It was an uncomfortable spot to be in, but they laid down in the dirt and finally brushed themselves off and attempt to make it further in towards this circle. Red Force challenged them down towards the south side of the map. DRX have made like a nice little rotate, I would say. It's been slow and steady from that western side. They've been very careful of teams around them. They do find a spot to work with.
Yeah, with some of the opportunities they've been presented to potentially engage on third parties as well, I think they're just thinking about placements. They're playing a more strategic game on this one rather than being baited into anything. Power, though, have been pulling no punches. They took the crash down towards shooting range on Weibo. Now they kick off another instigation here versus E-Arena, but Fireflux are right there on the precipice of being able to clean up on this one.
Fireflux has always had an opportunity to take fights over towards this side. They're never committing too much into the push, though. Constantly just going for something a little bit crushing in terms of teams beneath them, adding a little bit of a casualty in there. And the more teams that go down around them, the more secure their position becomes. Alpha Gaming finally makes a move of their own, though. They've been up towards shooting range. They work their way through, now looking over towards E-Arena as Joker goes down first. TW stops off, but you can't stop for long. Redox in a 1v1, I believe, with Nongshan Red Force.
And it's a bit of a smorgasbord of errors as well from both the Falcons and Nongshan Red Force, with the self-knocks that have been coming through, making it a bit uncomfortable in the head-to-head there. One for either side. Koa gets gatted down as well, with Sleepy getting vision. Nongshan Red Force out in the meantime. Oh, shrapnel everywhere. He's been eating C4 for breakfast, and you're not breathing anymore. Just Redox behind the tree. All bark and probably no bite.
The initial nade was very well played coming through from Horror. Still have all players up, by the way. One is knocked, but they are in the process of picking him back up again. Circle moves back down towards the southwest side. And this is definitely one of those games where if 4 Thrives cannot convert on this for a chicken dinner, you're counting them out. Like, this is a massive opportunity for them.
DRX, potentially a big opportunity in this exact head-to-head versus Alpha as well. It'd be a squad you want to take down, make it more uncomfortable for them. Uh-oh, the fire and flames burning down Reefus, but top trade straight back with 2 clean tags over on the DRX, keep him pinned in position, pop up from Yunbin. This is the man that can do so much. A bit of a king in the game in PUBG Mobile, but what's he got for us here? Nice nade, bowls out, Rufus goes down off the back of it, follow up in as well, rolling downhill, chip damage on the dock. Meanwhile, Fireflux thrown into the head-to-head versus Aura that they're going to walk away with.
We're accelerating things big time right now with the circle pushing it over towards Alpha. M79 to drop those smokes quickly and easily to create cover for DRX to reset on this one. They still have 4 players, but not for long, as Top once again re-engages with the Mini 14 at distance. This guy is deadly. Fireflux, like you said, great engagement over towards Horror. Kind of sad we missed that one, as it was a clean sweep from Fireflux.
Playstyle again here as well. It's far similar to what we were seeing from Fireflux when they were really starting to dominate, where you had that back and forth between Ketch and Scarface, the way that they were taking engagements, even on the spread. They're being able to work off each other quite nicely. It's a good placement to be in. 7 elims, a ton of damage. Great zone control for the longest time. Alpha on the roam up. It's Scarface with a quick hit. He's hungry, and the dinner plate will smash over the face. Follows up. Zol down. Goodbye, Doc. Just Top trapped behind the tree, and the nade will finish it.
What a clean fight that was. Brought out the dishcloth and mopped that team up. And again, immediately refocusing over towards Team Secret. 2 knocks coming through in the space of bare seconds. Solus will go down, but is in cover. 10 elims on the match here for Fireflux, making it look easy on this northeast side, constantly being a big presence in the game. So weird for Fireflux as well, because you see these games pop up now and again where they just look indomitable inside the lobby. And what can you really do against them? But we need more of this. We need this to happen so much more for Fireflux. So a lot of times where you see these games and you think to yourself, they're a shining light within inside of this lobby, and other times it's just quite dim on their side.
And I think it's those 2 players that really do bring the lumens to them. It's Ketch and Scarface, and at the minute they're both still alive. That could be the differential factor that could help them out. And you look at some of the squads that remain. I mean, the battle of attrition is far better for Fireflux. Regnum Cairo, just one man. It was Wild that was able to actually survive the push through Fireflux ages ago. He's had to keep himself down in the dirt. Hyunbin as well, trapped in. Zone shift, though. Ooh, for 4 Thrives, they've been waiting for so damn long. And it's Yangon that are behind them as well, Blank. So this could cause some infighting.
For 4 Thrives, that compound is really quite good. Circle actually headed over that way. It's hard to get 4 Thrives off because not only does it provide you a lot of cover, there's a huge amount of high ground control you can get from that position, which makes it so difficult when you get to the end game where it's quite a flat space on this region. The Circle cuts out every single building, does not keep a single one in the next circle, and Fireflux have all the control on the eastern side here.
T24's POV here. There's been bullets whizzing through the windows for a while. Yangon just taking the peek over. Romeo's further out. Wild, hello. He finally makes a move with the DPS. Close quarters engagement could catch out of this. Going to be a bit of a sore side. Fireflux eyes lose out on one of their players. So what's in a blinding game for them, keeping all four alive for a good set of time here.
Losing Kedge is a big deal. One of the prime players on that squad. Wild, though, you can't really ever count this guy out on Regnum Kaya, especially as a solo. He is hailed as one of the best solo players in the game. Mini 14 as well as the DPS. He's got long range as well as close range on lock, but it is IQ to find that shot. Hyunbin now waiting in the wings here between them and Fireflux, and they have no idea.
Oh, Hyunbin. Belly down on the ground, sneaking up towards him. No one's got vision. Jumps up with the DBS. The right hook's good for one, but they reply. They turn around. But again, it's issues. That's all these teams had to do. If they wanted to cause problems for Fireflux taking the game itself, they go from 4-2 in the matter of a minute.
The fire is sputtering here. They need to add more fuel to the flames of Fireflux. Losing both your top players here in the matter of minutes. Scarface as well as Kedge. The other boys now need to step up. Yangon Galacticos with 4 players playing it slow on the southwest edge for a long time. They've been quiet, but now look to be deadly.
Murnat bringing the base. Bullet straight to the face. It's uncomfortable for 4 Thrives. Losing so much manpower. Balak with the peek up. Oh, target-rich environment, but the shots just don't deliver. And 4 Thrives are removed. Yangon bided their time for so long. They've engaged off the back of it and made it work. You can get the pick up as well.
This has been an assassination. Their way round over towards the western side. Team Secret still white knuckle grip on that compound towards the eastern side, but finally they have to let go.
And it really is no secret that this is the way they like playing these games. If you give them the stock to play passive, they will wait it out and go for the placements. Romeo, vision over, spots onto one, few bullets. Witzing by, it's only 2 players there. They can trade off one another and opt to play this out just with the long con. With the fact they've got so much more stock in the bodies, it's Murnat that gets the first connection off.
Romeo looking to deliver the Shakespearean poison, but there will be no resurrection on the side of Team Secret when they go down. Yangon Galacticos continue to ramp. Fireflux with Macap as well as Solus. 2 players that can step up.
World Cup का final चल रहा है ना, final match है.
Frankie in a whole world of hurt, likely to go down soon, and Yangon Galacticos
आज दूसरा दिन है, कल तीसरा दिन है.
Fireflux have had no say
कल होगा
in the
इनका
decimation that's
पानी
happened
का
around this map.
And you love to see it as well, because it's a head-up call from them. As soon as they got that first knock, they go for the controlled engagement, so not only stealing away 2 additional Elim points, but also now setting themselves up potentially for the grand prize that's just inches away from them. Coming away with this one with that first place on the chicken dinner.
Yangon Galacticos currently in first place on the rankings as well. This would push them further away from any other squad inside the lobby. They have been so consistently dominant through the playoffs here. Now Fireflux have to move forward directly into the sightlines of Yangon Galacticos, and they're going to deny the points. It had been dawn, but now it is dusk for Fireflux.
तीसरा पैन जो चिकन डिनर इनका। ये यहाँ पे गए वह सारे। पैन दी छिकी भाई, टट्टी करी जा रहे हैं पैन चो। मैं बाय बाय पबजी क्या मतलब कप्तान भाई? बढ़ गए यार मोहब्बत वाले। क्या बात है भाईजान जी, वेलकम हो गए यार। जो जो आ रहा है लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो, जल्दी जल्दी फ्रेम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाई लोग। अकाउंट हैक हो गया। अकाउंट कैसे हैक हो गया कप्तान भाई? किसको दिया था? अभी तो कप्तान भाई आप बैठे थे गेम में, अब हैक हो गया, कैसे हो गया? चार इस बार भाई 4 पॉइंट्स निकाले पोजीशन के, 1 किल के साथ और 5। यार कर क्या रहे हैं पैन जो किल निकालते तो पोजीशन नहीं निकालते, पोजीशन निकालते तो भाईजान जी को किल्स नहीं निकालते। समझ नहीं आ रही कर क्या रहे हैं यार ये लोग। अट्ठाईस और 5 कितने पॉइंट्स हो गए? 33 पॉइंट भाईजान जी 40 के। ये वही टीम है जो 111 पॉइंट निकाली बैठी थी स्टेज ग्रुप में, स्टेज मैचेस में। और इधर देख लो 8 मैच खेल लिए पहन दी फ्री, सिर्फ 33 पॉइंट। बड़ा गंदा मरे यार, यहाँ पे बहुत गंदा मरे ये लोग। नेडो भाई नोक धाव धाव। साले कोरियन, जापानीज, चाइनीज, छोटी आंखों वाले, चुन्नी आंखों वाले। $93 पॉइंट्स हो गए भाईजान जी इनके। यंगोन YG 93 पॉइंट्स पैन दी थी। वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम भाई लोग, जो आ रहा है लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो, जल्दी जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाई लोग। 40 नहीं छोड़ती भाईजान जी, ये 13वां नंबर नहीं छोड़ती। टॉप 10 में तो हाँ भाई, टॉप 5 में पहन दी फ्री। टॉप 2 की टीम है यार, ये क्या हरकतें हैं यार इनकी। स्टार्ट होने लगा है भाईजान मैच, वेट एंड वॉच।
moment, they have been creating a ridiculous vacuum over towards the top side of things. If you look at 11th place to 4th place, it is a 10-point difference. That kind of optic is just wild to even utter out loud. So there is a lot of interchangeability on these rankings, but the further Yangon Galacticos gets ahead, the worse it's going to become for teams on the final day, where match point is realistically just not achievable until match 3, match 4, in which case Yangon Galacticos can reach those heights nice and early and just close out the entire tournament there and then. It's also worrying because it's not like Yangon Galacticos is not getting a ton of chicken dinners, the thing that will initiate the Smash ruling.
I think everyone's backs are going to be up, everyone's eyes are going to be dialed in. But for some teams, the decision-making changes a little bit when you realize, look, we not only need to start to win these games and play better individually, but we need to target these fights a bit more. We need to control who's actually getting the outcome of points off the back of the games. We'll see if it will be a bit of a bumpy ride, though, to start off. We're here on the night bus as we crash in with Regnum Karia. You had the bypass from Yangon, bit of a split-up. I think it was Romeo inside of the ruins. Kind of fitting, actually.
Yep. Will not be heading down over towards the crypts though, and this time Romeo will survive as Regnum Kaya passes on by. Like ships of the night there, they won't come into contact with one another. Yangon Galacticos, Romeo sees another day. But a nice rotate, in my opinion, from Regnum Kaya, and this is a great time to unleash bullets from Romeo. It's the final player. He knows it's the final player as well from Regnum Kaya to move through, so why not take a couple of shots? Maybe you can weaken a team that's going in front of you with the M249. There was a great opportunity for it.
Yeah, it was a good engage. I mean, the thing is, you'd be singing his praises if he was able to isolate just Loxy there. No one would have been anywhere near being able to turn their heads on a swivel and get back in time to pick him back up, so we could have grabbed that one. Takes the engage at a smart opportunity. Neither side gets what they wanted, though.
It's cool, though, because I think a lot of teams, if they were Romeo in that situation, they would have just been glad to get out of there, you know, unspotted. But Romeo's thinking about what's the next step. What's the next step for me here is to try and weaken a team ahead. That's how he can do it. And again, that's the big thing that makes Yangon Galacticos so good, is just that proactive nature. And I think that we've talked about them so much, and you're probably getting quite bored of us talking about them, but there is a lot to say about this team that other teams can learn from.
No, it's true. It's been great decision-making. And I think that's the nice thing as well, because it feels like all the individuals have had their moments, whereas, you know, we've seen some of our squads where that's been a bit of a bigger issue, right? Feels like it's top-heavy with 2 or 3 players in some teams that have been able to really excel, but the weaker links are pulling the chain apart, and you can't have that, especially now, the position we're in the tournament, with how it's going as well on the day. Yeah, everyone's got to shape up, get yourself in position quickly. For Power, there's been some very high highs, but similarly, we've had some lows as contrast for them. It's Weibo's order that's got vision over, taking a few establishing shots at least with cover to play with.
Weibo did start down towards Primorsk. It's a good spot, at least on this circle as well, I'd say, where it's probably going to set up around this region of the map unless we get some very, very difficult circles into the future. But a lot of teams making these quick rotates. Regnum Kaya being one of them. We saw them earlier, but they have tucked in very quickly down towards this south side. And it is a huge clump, huge mass of teams, all trying to play around these swamps, pick up some of the high ground, some of the more critical compounds in that area, because there's only a few. There is only a few.
Ooh, Koa. Okay, that's the Falcons that get first contact over onto Team Secret. Fragment them a little bit. 3 vehicles to play with, so they can put up a bit of temporary cover. It's actually the additional Jeep as well. So 4 of them in cars here, looking for the rotate back over, taking the fight to where the shots have come from. But it's Regnum Karia that are there, so it's a little bit messy. Squads all around, wild. Quick taps up, gets a bit of chip damage off, but no overcommit. The RX just hearing all of this.
Staying quiet with it, though. Don't want to really get too involved in the commotion, especially when you're one of the more central teams. You are very, very set up for third parties to come your way. who want to remove you from that location, have it as their own. So you do have to be careful which fights you're picking to take and which you're just letting go by. We're getting through towards our second circle of the game soon. Alpha Gaming moved up from Sosnovka. They're on the eastern side of Ferry Pier, one of the last teams that will be heading over towards the center of the circle. But again, this next circle could change a lot in terms of positioning. You can see a lot of this eastern area is completely void of players other than the ones coming in late, just because it's a lot of fielded area. You don't really want to position yourself early, and most teams did make the correct decision over towards this northern side of Primorsk.
I was curious on the rotate if we'd see Hora run into Alter Ego as well. They caught whiff of one another and immediately bailed on it, so instead go for a bit of a wider wrap on that. Could get funneled slightly further down towards Fireflux though. It's Yangon that are just ahead of Alter Ego there. A little bit of damage that's coming through as well. We cut back over to the Alpha action. See what they're up to. Bit of a rotate. Thunder Talk's not far off. They got a bit of a free roam into the zone.
Yeah, the big thing for Yangon Galacticos, and it's something that Alter Ego has to be massively aware of, especially on our next match over on Erangel, if they make this similar rotate. Oh, for Hedon, that's not a bad park actually. It's not a bad, I think it is just tucked in, but it's Falcons up against Power. We'll talk about Yangon Galacticos and Alter Ego in just a second. This is good damage coming through from the Falcons overall up towards Power. Lots of damage sent in, and the first knock is found over towards Al Haji.
Yeah, better than good, it's great. Falcons making the plays and trying to put Power on the dinner plate for this one. Koa up top, casting nades in, trying to keep a little bit of high ground overwatch for the team that are close, with Redox and Ralph in position. No rest and relaxation for Power. Don't really want to over-egg it though. You've got that chip damage in, you forced them to burn some of their resources, and you want it to be a clean fight in the head-to-head.
That's a nice breakdown coming through from Doc at distance, but you know he's got it in him. If you look at that, you're talking of resources. Power is struggling. I didn't think I saw too many first aid kits on board. They're just running on stims at the moment to keep themselves nice and topped up with bandages as well. Falcons find themselves in a good position. They are completely surrounded by teams, and this is a position of the map that they like to hold for their own, but it's order from Weibo to find Ralph at distance. This is from inside of Quarry. This does put a halt on this one. A little bit of respite now for Power.
Ooh, Valo. Incredibly low on the drive around. He gets himself into cover at least, so he can't be shot in the backline from Weibo, like you were saying. Obviously, they had the full lay of the land on this. Order got the read on Power when they pushed up, so they know what's happening here. In this downtime, even though it's been limited resources for Power, they've been able to reset themselves from the initial chip damage that was cast out. So they're not in a horrific spot. It just depends who's able to land the first punch.
Difficult for Falcons. I wonder how many nades they have remaining, and like you said, it's very hard for them to even step out and get those nades in because Weibo's watching. Weibo is watching. Loot crate being dropped off as we head over towards the next circle, which will confirm over towards Quarry. Very interesting ending on the circle here. DRX is going to look for the high ground compound that's down towards the south of them, which is a very nice spot to play around, but we'll wait and see of where those next circles go. A lot of prime position to be taken. And this is one that doesn't really benefit Yangon on their very much edge playstyle. It is hard to come in from those edges a lot of time, but E-Arena's just not moving at all. They're just happy to sit out on the beachhead.
And this is really movement for absolutely everyone. Obviously, Power and Falcons that have been trapped in position for so long. You get the move up from DRX, Fireflux that were there at the spot. All Regn and Kari are hustling and bustling as they try and bypass all the commotion that's being caused. So it's all getting quite intense. A bit of a hell in the cell matchup on this one. Scarface up close, trying to get the bullets on target as they chicane in the vehicles and keep them guessing with the crosshair placement. Meanwhile, it's he that gets the shot back over onto Toshvik.
Yeah, this is a bold push from Regnum Kaya. We have to say, and I mean, I know where they're coming from because what they have been angling towards every single game so far is just aggressive pushes, take center. We know we play center very well. Personally, in my opinion, trying to just brute force it over towards the center of Quarry it's not a great idea, okay? It's just not the best of ideas. Yes, you might have found a small opening here, but you know there's going to be so many more teams nice and central earlier than you.
Okay, so this fight that's been going on for so long finally kicks back off, and it's Power that literally handle it with ease. I mean, sideline shot from Regman Kari is really the only beneficial thing that comes in to slow them down. But Falcons, you run into a brick wall of Power on that, just shot after shot.
Power just kind of wandered in. With the rest of the Falcons sent out and 2 players left alone on the backside there. And for Power, they were a beast cornered. They saw that slight opening and they quickly shimmied through. And they know they've got the firepower to make it happen as well. Fireflux still roaming in vehicles. There's a position to play for them as they come further down from that north side. Yangon Galacticos as well as Alter Ego playing it safe and slow on the north.
The Origo fans there as well, flying the banner. Currently in 4th place, all 4 players alive, 51 points to their name. Nearly 50 points ahead for Yangon. That's just the disparity that we're working with inside of this lobby. Nonshin just playing on the ridge here, upwards hill, 5 for them towards Hora that have just been scouting, looking on the periphery to see if there is an opportunity to actually take a clean fight to this. Cover to work with Doxy at least having a bit of protection from the hovercraft.
Circle shifts out over towards that western side. Eda's got a great position, by the way. A lovely spot to work around with. It does cut you off slightly in terms of sight lines over the ridge there, but in terms of safety, very, very nice. The only problem will come into effect when they let teams get too close, because suddenly you become very nadeable, and that is a possibility over the fields, but not until much later in the game where we start cutting out a lot more teams. So right now, Eda's got a very, very strong position to play from, which is promising for their late game. Not so promising for a lot of teams over on the edge. They feel like they've been lied to on this circle. Will have to slowly force their way through pretty rough terrain through Quarry to get over towards this western side, and even then you're heading over towards the swamps, over towards fields. E-Arena, in fact, gets themselves a very nice position on this beachhead. They can play over towards the plateaus to sit on that western side and drag this game out.
Yeah, this actually could work out well for them in the long con. Meanwhile now though, Blank, Compound move up round towards Alter Ego and Yangon. Low HP for Krypton, barely dodging the shrapnel from that one. Yeah, if he went down, it could have been uncomfortable. Protection from Moana at least as well. You could actually backstab up on towards Smile, and E-Arena are getting a little bit of a look in towards this one. In the meantime, Hora as well. We lose out on Sleepy as Fireflux take the engagement there, and this is what I was saying. I mean, E-Arena, you get Joker, instant tag there from the side. He's able to punish onto one of the players, break up the fight a little bit.
This is a pretty wild fight though happening on our screens. It's Alter Ego in 4th place challenging against our current 1st placers in Yangon Galacticos, and Alter Ego take over the buildings just in miraculous fashion, and Yangon Galacticos really had nothing to say back to them. Now they're starting to work the problem. 2 players off towards the side of Rosemary, and Nate goes in, does a fair bit of damage, but no, not quite found yet. I think Murnat went down but was quickly brought back up into the fray.
Rosemary's low, forced to top himself back up with a temporary HP to play with on this one. Meanwhile as well, Team Secret up against 4 Thrives, and they're handling that one with ease, it seems. It's a bit of damage even further gets thrown on top from Alpha Gaming. But Krypton finally takes the peak up towards the rooftop. That was the isolated player in SayCloud who gets removed from the equation. They've got cover to work with to grab some of the additional resources as well. Meanwhile, down in the close quarters combat, Moana, not really with a weapon of choice. You might have one heads up call to instead try and dip out through the window. He's caught because of it.
I think he should have just held his own. He's got the M249. He has ammo advantage there. I know he wants to get back to the rest of the team. Maybe a bit of a miscomm requesting he returns back over towards this building because they have the high ground advantage there. Oh, that is rough. That is very, very rough. Alter Ego going down to 3. And Arena waiting in the wings. Nongshim Red Force also taking heavy hits time and time again.
Scarier now for Alter Ego. Throwing out the smokes, they know they're going to have to usher themselves a little bit further forward here eventually as well, with the zone starting to come in and cut off some of the play space inside of the compounds they've got.
Next circle gets a little bit swampish over towards the north side. Actually a horrible circle. There's fields down towards the southwest. There's this one compound that Ida's currently holding. There's the disgusting terrain of Quarry that so many teams need to brave their way through. And on the north side, it's just the swamps that you are going to have to wade into no matter who wins on this north side between Yangon, Alter Ego, as well as E-Arena.
Alter Ego fans still trying to hype them up, hope that they'll walk away with their heads held high on this one. Like you said, the longer it goes on, the more uncomfortable it feels, with E-Arena just sort of perched up, looking for an opportunity to play. Romeo with the spray on the dive over. That's a bit of a chip back onto Rosemary. Actually, Joker as well, getting the spot in again. Same player, same play. Murnat goes down because of it this time. Fireflux fighting out versus Power. Rosemary re-engages back onto them.
They lose Krypton. It'll be hard to get him back up from the position he's playing in, and Romeo will just take him out. So it's Alva and Rosemary, two players that we have touted a lot so far, but E-Arena is making this so uncomfortable. It's a heads-up call to move up towards this north side. They know there's going to be barely any teams around this area, so they can just continue to put the hurt on both Alter Ego as well as Yangon Galacticos. It's Team Secret up against Nongshim Red Force, and the aftermath that came through. It's three separate teams to put the hurt on over towards Nongshim.
Rosemary with a quick starter step on the peak with the DBS, hoping that he'd be blessed on that one, but it's not going to work from distance. Quick barrage of bullets straight to the face, so low on health. Single taps all they need to at least convert that one and guarantee the Eagle point off the back of Rosemary. E-Arena just edging further closer towards this, feeling more and more comfortable that now's the time to just go for it.
E-Arena very much emboldened by these plays. A good name from Turney K, who now looks to send the shots through the building. Romeo goes down, leaving only Alva now for Alter Ego, and he should not be up too much longer.
Doesn't really have the close range potential. It's the SMG instead. Good for one, but he's left out in the cold. They trade back onto that and can get the pick-me-up play on Joker as well, so they'll still remain as a 4-player squad.
And we are cutting teams out left, right, and center down to 9, but only 28 players at the 20-minute mark here. Ida has just been laughing their heads off. It's been such a comfy game for them to play through. Super relaxed, taking a spa day right now. But Weibo has been dominant over towards the south side. From their cutout from Primorsk over towards Quarry, they have slowly backed things up, just the 9 teams out towards the eastern side of the map. That is not what you want to see. I think this is a nice call from Ida, but it's slightly messy, put it that way. I thought this is an incredible call from Ida. I like the fact that they're pushing out here.
I mean, it's the time to go for it realistically. With Sakura in this position, if they could at least build off the back of it, a bit uncomfortable with the vehicles, but hey-ho, let's see how it goes. That's not what you want for Emre. Nate straight round on the side.
They're not tagging
him from HP. You're right, man. They're just not getting enough to engage from this.
Need to get Emre out of that. I mean, he's not getting back up. They might have just fed across one elim to E-Arena, and now they realize that actually we need to go play back in these buildings. They do slow E-Arena down at least, and they're hoping that the remnants of whatever comes out from Quarry, it is going to be a case of those are 3-man, 2-man squads. But with how dominant Weibo's being, it's likely they'll be leaving with not only a lot of eliminations, but also quite a few players still on side.
It's a clean line of sight down onto 4 Thrives, and they're so broken up as well with the placement that TW just can't assist on his teammates. So Weibo are able to grab that one with absolute ease. Now you're pinned in position as a last man solo there. They've just had great lines of sight up on top of this ridge for so long. All the teams that have tried to move out from any kind of cover have just been taking so much damage from it. The only team that actually did get out was Power, that again here show up to finish off Regnum Karia.
Power, they've had a bad time. They had a bad time in those warehouses. The fact that they've been able to continue to push through on some difficult timings is really nice to see. Weibo taking out the remainder of TW here. Sook with some fantastic aim on side with the signature bow in hand too. And TW just could not make that cross.
No fund up, no talking, just bullets from downrange. DRX, 2 players again here as well. Hyunbin still standing. His brother in arms taking a bit of a hefty hit from that one. It's Falak that's kind of just belly crawling up to see if he can get any kind of impact or potentially just keep his nose clean. Nice nade thrown over, barely off target there.
Shots from the side and a quick swipe that comes through from Falak of all players. He will finally be taken down, and Weibo continues to just rack up point after point after point. 8 elims now held on side, and Fireflux with consistency, which is great to see here for them. We were wondering if the bonfire would start to die down after that last match, but no, they are still here to play here on our angle.
He even spotting vision back out onto Ida. You are pinned in position as well. E-Arena looking to clean up from the first man that they took out so long ago with Emre on that kind of flubbed push they went for. So they're scrapping amongst one another inside of the compound. And Weibo, heads on a swivel really, like 360-degree vision with a lot of fights that have been going on with opportunity to steal fights.
2,000 total damage in the match as well is nice. They've had a lot of impact here. Again for Ida, that's so close, sending over towards the north. What a fun game this has been. For Ida, it's a case of Emre going out too far. His off angle is way too much. Yes, they missed the nades on it, but he was never getting back out of that situation, right? They had to full commit there. It's a great nade that gets sent in by Eren.
The follow-up from the DBS is good as well. The nade to establish it, Shotty to blow the legs away. Mormon in panic stations now as well. Luckily, heads up call, dips down to the ground floor, able to get out and stay away from the nade, but they roam into it. Mormon replies, close down onto Ida, but look who's here, waiting to strike again. He could very well be him if he's able to find the follow-up impact that they're looking for on this one, with E-Arena reeling to recover.
Fireflux looking to make their setup here, taking shots down the side. Scarface looks for the long-range engagement over towards Weibo. E-Arena cowering over towards the buildings on the western side. And Power, through it all, is still in this game. Still running, not quite on empty. The Power still spiking on the meters. To put some more points up here, currently down towards 9th place, but we said before those points are incredibly interchangeable. You could find yourself up in 4th easily off the back of a chicken dinner on this match.
Yeah, the potential to jump up is there in full force. And the potential for some explosive plays from Sook could very well be coming our way as well. Right now, he's just zoning towards E-Arena, keeping those shots going one after another to make it uncomfortable for them. But Fireflux sees this opportunity to get a little bit closer. More cover to work with, block off the sight lines from any power maneuvers, and instead cause carnage up close versus Weibo. Soulless goes in. Quick burst from the damage. 2 players on low HP. One of them converted as Sook switches to the Shotty. Doesn't need the bow as he's quick with the secondary as well.
Down towards the basement right now. Quick heads-up maneuver coming through from Fireflux to just send down, but Sook's already done quite a bit here. Really has ruined the health bars of Fireflux. He immediately drops to the deck, and this might be a Power game.
Going uncontested for them. There's no need to fight. They can just wait. Everyone else has been scrapping amongst one another, so they're just sitting pretty for the opportunity to even play the game. And after the back of that commotion inside of the basement, it's just E-Arena and Power that are left.
Goodness me, E-Arena, who started the game down towards the beaches, now find themselves in a rough scenario like sand. And the sands of times are running out here as Power starts to move forward, finding damage over to Mormon, as well as TW who was not quite able to pull himself out of that position. They have angles on them. Fahiden starts off with one over towards TW, and it's just Mormon as Power starts to descend.
And we would need to see more man from this man, as right now he's trying to get bullets down Rage, but Fahiden's got him spotted, and Power bring the punishment. A game where they were allowed to play slow.
winner. वेलकम हो गया यार, जो आ रहा है लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार, जल्दी जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाई लोग। नाक बंद हुआ भाई इसका। Ooh. 2 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स, 4 किल, 6। यार क्या पॉइंट्स ले रहे हैं? 4 पॉइंट, 5 पॉइंट, 2 पॉइंट, 6 पॉइंट। व्हाट इज दिस? 33 और 6, 39 points only. What is this? 40? वेलकम हो गया यार। जो आ रहा है लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो, जल्दी जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाई लोग। यार नहीं ले रहे यार पॉइंट्स, ये लोग नहीं लेते पॉइंट्स, आज नहीं लेते। टोटल पॉइंट्स 39 ओनली। सालान पड़ा बैन चोत, इंग्लिश नहीं आती इसको। फार ट्रांसलेटर रखा हुआ है, कोरियन की औलाद, इंडोनेशियन। जो इंडोनेशियन ट्रांसलेटर रखे हुए, इंग्लिश नहीं आती इनको। ये स्पोर्ट्स खेलेंगे इधर आके खड़बड़। हाँ खेरा खेरा। चिकाटुगा डिकाडिगा पक्षी चाशी रोतर रोतर ओम त्रीगे। समझ हुए टकेगी नहीं आई। $96.80 69 61 59 58 52 49 और नीचे ही है इस पे भाईजान जी 39 पे 2 पॉइंट्स का फर्क नहीं, 2 नहीं ज़्यादा कहता है जो। शुक्र 13 से 12 पे आए। Okay, well. हेलो पागल है आप, तुझे नहीं पता मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ? अंधा है? कोई फायदा है करने का? वहीं जा रही है जहाँ पे जाना है उसने, वही ब्रिज के पास। क्या वो 13वें का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ के 12वें पे आई है। फाल्कन देख कहाँ बैठी थी, कहाँ से कहाँ आ गई, 13वें पे आ गई फाल्कन। कितना ऊपर बैठी थी, टॉप 10 में बैठी थी। पिछला चिकन पता नहीं किसने निकाला, कि इंडोनेशियन ने निकाला है। क्या जोन साथ नहीं दे रहा है, बैंच जो गलत पकड़ते फिर रहे हैं सारा कुछ।
For some of those rosters towards the bottom, they seriously need to get to work. But as we do start talking about map number 4, we've got a northern zone. Quite a few teams make their way up, and obviously I look at TW APG Weibo, who now have to go across that western bridge where 4th Thrives is currently at, albeit there is still plenty of time, but 3 teams in there. It's not the max you want to see over there.
Yeah, it's not too many more that could feasibly stay at each other's arm's length and be nice and safe. I imagine Weibo are going to go for a rotate through the water, whether that's
हो गया था रिवाइव, वो हो गया था रिवाइव, उसकी जगह दूसरा मर गया था, नोकी मर गया था।
over towards potentially Primorsk.
फलक को लेकर आ रहा था ना बग्गी पे लेटा कर,
western bridge for now.
नोक फलक था।
Previously we've also seen 4th
वो
Thrives
रिवाइव हुआ है, उसने किट लगाई है उधर,
very
नोकी को नोक
area fairly early on. And not contest APG on this rotate. It's not impossible. I don't think 4th Thrives are going to go for a bridge camp, especially with the river sat right in the middle of the circle. You want to put yourself in a position to go north, to go south.
मुझे लग रहा था वो यही करेगा, क्योंकि उनके परली साइड पे नेड हो रहे थे, गोलियां चल रही थी। मैं लगा ये पीछे पे मारेगा, इसने वही दिया, पीछे पे दोनों को ले गया।
They do in fact rotate out. The hovercraft is going to be great for in-game or potentially just any fights that you get out into the open. Hovercrafts are critical, in my opinion, when it comes to rotations on Erangel. The fact that they already have one is great. He is going to go ahead and go inland as far as he can with Sook. So see what is up ahead, which will be DRX, but still plenty of distance between the two. And I agree with you on the 4th Thrives narrative. Just looking at the map, with them being split up in that 2-2 split, I don't see them gatekeeping APG. We don't know what might end up happening, but for 4th Thrives, they are a little bit further down than they probably want to be. Maybe getting a bit aggro might be the answer for them, but I've seen a lot of mistakes today.
I think that has been the story of this tournament so far, certainly for the finals. Just a lot of mistakes being compounded one on top of the other, and Yango Galacticos are sitting there just sort of not doing anything necessarily particularly special.
क्या ऊपर आता है, जो वर्ल्ड कप में पहली दफा
You can't be letting teams get away with this at this stage. We are now over halfway through our grand finals. This match is the first match of the second half of these grand finals, in fact. But you can't be letting teams get away with things like this, and at this level of gameplay, it's disappointing.
I think it is, and we came into this tournament thinking it's going to be the most competitive finals we've seen, and so far it's been great. We've had plenty of wonderful moments, but these back end 3 maps, I want to start seeing those rosters who are maybe, you know, number even honestly at this point, even Fireflux down, start to get active, get involved, and get busy. Let's get aggressive and let's start playing like your tournament life is on the line, which it is. You want to make sure you are the champion. It's wide open. Alpha 7 are no longer here. This is the time to take the bull by the horn and full send it. Weibo still rotating up. Alter Egos, they're going to be taking the northern side, maybe even up towards Severny, depending on how they decide to play this current zone. But it's getting quite contested up towards the top. You've got Ida, you've got, of course, Fireflux, and you've got Noxian Red Force, who's also fighting for center control.
Yeah, northeast of Chinky, trying to move up towards Yasnaya, potentially, going over for the bridges on that direction. But they divert from one another, and again, no casualties to be seen. It's more likely that you're going to try and put control around a bridge position, which is why I'm looking at what Power have done. Quite close to where Fireflux are right now, but they have control over quite a few crossings as it stands. Their split is fairly wide, and teams will start to test them on that. They will start to prod around Rosok on the north side for the bridges, around Yasnaya for the west side on those bridges, and I imagine that Power are going to have to reconfigure at some point, because they do still have 2 players on that south split. So we'll wait and see how long they try and hold that one, and see if they can keep up their heads.
Let's see it. You know, splits can be quite punishing. Sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze, but for Power, I think they should be all right. After all, they are coming off of wins, so I think the confidence is truly there. Would love to see Power elevate themselves up the standings. Currently in 6th place, not very far behind for breaking into top 3, but they do have some distance between not only APG and ultimately Yangon Galacticus. So for Power, if they can do well here, this could be a tremendous game. 4 Thrives have finally moved away from the western side bridge, giving space for APG to go across, and ultimately for 4 Thrives, one up closer and closer towards Yangon Galacticus, and ultimately that's of DRX. Still plenty of distance between the two. They should be just fine. Everybody plenty of space. Nobody's dropped yet, so very slow early goings in the initial game.
Yeah, 4 Thrives currently just rocking up to that ruined split that will sit around those bridge crossings. And again, I'm going to re-emphasize this. Teams are going to be looking to control those crossings. With a team, with a circle that is split down the middle with this river, those positions are going to be huge, not only in terms of your ability to rotate yourself, but in the ability to control other teams around you. So this split for 4 Thrives, pretty solid right now, with DRX being that counterpoint on the north edge. The west side is starting to get really difficult. Next circle pops in. This is nasty all the way up to North George.
I love it. I really do. And look at how many teams now have to rotate to the western side of the map, get up top. The whole northern parts, shooting range and above, completely free, but maybe not for long. We haven't lost a player yet, but John, I think we're about to lose our first.
Oh, these bridge crossings are going to get brutal now. DRX, they're moving away from it, which might allow 4 Thrives to get on through nice and quickly, but the first knock comes on through. It's over towards Noxian Red Force. This is over by Fireflux as well, in school, in apartments, and you can see that Fireflux do not want to allow the team from South Korea to get out unscathed from this area. They're on the long side of the circle. In 20 seconds, it will start closing. It's early stages, so you can hang out in the blue zone for a while, but they don't have too much time.
Tell you what, we talk about Yangon Galacticus, APG, and how well they've been playing today, but Fireflux, we got to give them their flowers, John. I mean, we're talking a 2nd and 3rd place in back-to-back maps, 12 eliminations in game number 8, game number 9 sitting at 9, so they're elevating themselves up. Now, for Fadine, he's moving forward, Sleepy just up above, he'll park the bus, move away, and I thought he was going to fire on the vehicle. He doesn't, so Sleepy in survival mode currently in the shed.
Power going parallel to a lot of these other teams, slamming into the east side of the circle, trying to push themselves into these hills. ThunderTalk right on the boundary of this next circle. They do need to move further in, but so do Alter Ego, and they are across the road from one another. You could see these fights are a little bit isolated from one another right now. A 2v1 on the north side in favor of ThunderTalk, but a 3v2 on the south side in favor of Alter Ego. Across the road, they're looking for that pressure, and that's brilliant. Okay, hang on a minute. They regroup 3 versus 3 for Alter Ego on this south point, but a big nade opens things up, and Moana can start to move in.
He's definitely going to move in. If he can time this right, he can get the shots on the King, and Nate is being cooked, but I don't think it's going to have an effect on Moana. Shuts the door maybe to throw off the scent of what ThunderTalk is up to. Rosemary being down is going to be tough, however. He's been instrumental in these fights. He's so good, but Krypton, have good faith he's going to be able to get Rosemary back up. Moana, in the meantime, will continue to keep the pressure up, so ThunderTalk can't push forward.
Oh, are they going to get the res before it goes off on that nade? I don't think they did. Maybe looking for the re-knock. No, just about able to squeak away from the damage there, and ThunderTalk going to live to see another day as 4. Rosemary is still down. They had to reposition away from the nade. Krypton still with 2 in hand, but the pump action, the leap around the broken wall, not going to quite connect, and Moana's down again. Now Ching trying to cut through them, and it's Alter Ego to fall
next to the team from PEL. Thunder Talk at the bottom of the tables get 4 points to add to their tally.
Beautiful, beautiful job. Thunder Talk refused to push up and get overly aggressive. They held their ground. Luckily, Utility wasn't able to reach them, but the way they played that was great. All 4 members stay alive, and more importantly, they've got a free and clear route straight into the current zone. Thunder Talk, a potential strong game setting up, but the zone centers up to where it currently was. It still has those bridges and the river in play. For Thrive starts to look quite interesting as well, where they're currently at. Falcons too, but Falcons, I do worry about APG, Noxium Red Force, who most likely are going to come up north right behind them.
Yeah, it could get difficult on the south side. I mean, APG on the top of Everest right now. They'll be observing this Noxium Red Force rotation. The question is, do they want to try and engage the fight before moving? That south side can offer a little bit of sanctuary if APG want to get ahead of it. They might just push up to play around those bridges, but with 4 Thrives across the way, that's going to be pretty difficult to move up unscathed. Regnum Karya pushing up to the river, and again, these positions near the riverbank, very, very valuable.
DRX choosing to keep Regnum Karya's heads down, but the more shots they fire, the more activity they potentially draw in. Team Secret, Ida, Fireflux, she's been very aggressive off the back end of the 2 games. Thunder Talk also moving in. So for DRX, they should be just fine, because I expect those edge zone teams to maybe fight each other, or at least keep each other at bay. So in the meantime, DRX will continue to apply the pressure on Regnum Karya. APG though, Falcons, remember APG coming from the outside, now choosing to challenge that of the Falcons on the southern zone, and the nades are detrimental.
They're not going to try and hold on the top of Everest. They descend, and immediately the southern point of the Falcons is dispatched, and this 2-2, it feels like they didn't even expect another team to be on the south coast. You can hold this if you're just facing off against teams towards the north, but they are just isolated on that 2-player. There's no chance that Redox and Ralph could have even gone in to help there.
Right.
Again, I just have to question what the Falcons are thinking here. It feels like they are crumbling.
I agree 100%. Falcons have not been soaring high, and it's quite disappointing being the home team, being who they are, and knowing their potential. The finals just simply have not gone their way. They lose 2 players, and now you've got the players on the shoreline who are forced to keep their head down. Meanwhile, we transition onto Weibo versus Power. Power coming hot off of a big win, potentially elevating themselves up, and this is a critical fight, and the reason why Weibo Power are neck and neck in the point standings.
Trying to push one above the other right now. And Power with the inside track to this one. Remember, Power rotated all the way from the Yaz Bridge split that we saw earlier on. So they found themselves on the west side, on North George. Noxium Red Force actually rotating in behind Weibo as well. Remember that long rotate that we saw earlier on, where they rotated around the south side of Everest. So potentially a 3-party fight in North George as Noxium actually crossed. Not unscathed, the blue zone has been taking them down, but they can chill out for a little bit because Weibo do not have sightlines.
And also Thunder Talk and Ida are going to be fighting on the northern side. They start to get active, which might include Fireflux in just a little bit. So 3 teams converging and clashing up towards shooting range. Zone will rotate down. That forces Power to rotate in. But like I said, Ida, Fireflux, Thunder Talk. As Thunder Talk reposition, Jing taking a lot of damage. Scarface down low. You got to favor Fireflux in this moment. They've been hot. They've been slaying out. And they are looking to get active once again to catch up to DRX in top 3.
Thunder Talk somehow managed to sail straight through the middle of them, and Scarface actually goes down for Fireflux. Not really in the best of spots either, fairly isolated. Thunder Talk looking to disengage, get ahead of this rotation and get in towards the next circle. The slow pickup there may cost them a knock. As Xing hits the deck behind the rock, there's still pressure from behind. Fireflux looking for the res as well.
And Ida's in hot pursuit, mind you. They are not going to back down. They want a third party this, and they want to take advantage of the hillside where Rita is currently at, and Aaron, of course, and the rest are starting to move through. And now you've got Fireflux in this bowl. This is not going to be good for them, and most likely Ida is going to be able to pick them apart piece by piece.
Aaron on the hunt now, looking to try and capitalize on a downed player for Fireflux, but it's not quite come through just yet. Solus now is on the deck right next to Scarface. He's going to kneel up, go for this res, and then backed off the angle. Matcap putting lead down, putting pressure over towards the hillside, and that is going to allow this res to come through.
I am shocked ETA did not fully capitalize off of their location on the top ends, but hey, maybe they know something we don't, and they look as if they're going to reposition straight into the zone, potentially to just stay ahead or maybe even disengage completely from this Fireflux fight. But even still, Aaron getting tagged up, and he's forced to retreat, the straggler left behind.
Still fairly low elim counts across the board. 15 teams remain, the highest being Thundertalk with 4 elims. Of course, against Alter Ego, they're able to get a lot of value there. Their path is still treacherous.
Whoa.
And the Fireflux are going to ensure that. A slam straight in and against the rock. There's only one player now left standing. With Solus down, though, Fireflux, are they disengaging from this?
There's no way. Why would you? We already witnessed ETA disengage. Now Fireflux does as well. Even though Thundertalk is a down player and only one with half health, it makes no sense.
I mean, there's teams off in the distance, maybe. They're looking to try and keep themselves safe from the third party, but losing 2 players, they're going to crash straight on into the middle. Scarface wants a little bit of an off angle here, but Regnum Kaya, they spin him out. They crunch him on down. That nade actually did quite a lot of damage to Regnum Kaya, but Silas is there. There's a assistance from across the way. Catch. No way did he take down Regnum Kaya here. No way did they let this happen.
Catch, good connection. Regnum Kari is getting taken down. Silas has to look on helplessly. He cannot get down there and assist. The only thing he can do is try to keep Catch at bay. The solo from Fireflux. The solo that might be able to get 3 cleanups. Another nade rolls in, but it doesn't connect. So Silas still has the maneuverability in conjunction with Loxy to maybe get Regnum Karia back up into the fight.
They can potentially go for the full reset here. It's a question of if Ketch can connect with another nade, or if a team from the south side gets angles on it. There's Loxy going down. 2 4th Thrives who are on the northern shore already. They managed to play the buildings on the east side on the cube and will spot the shot. But Wild was rezzed just before that knock was sent on in, which means that Regnum Kaya can still get the full reset.
All right, it's going to be tough, though. Catch refuses to back away. Being in the shed, he's not overexposing himself. Therefore, nobody can truly get an angle. Now, with APG firing off from the distance, Silas has no choice but to back away and maintain his life.
The circle south shift again keeps the Falcons under the bridge alive for the time being, potentially for APG. A nice little turn up. Nongshim Red Force, they've been trying to push their way in behind this engagement for a while. They have 3 players left standing with Weibo in their way as well, with 2 players on that roster, and Power off to the north, playing as 2 themselves. It's been scrappy in North George for a while now, and nobody's really looking to push all the way out. I think Weibo closest to it.
Yeah, when the zone shifted, I knew these 2 teams were going to have to clash eventually, and unfortunately for Power, they've lost a lot, and they're going to continue to lose even more. Ragnar, who I feel has had an off day, the last one standing for Team Power. Nongshim Red Force, they want the final elimination, and there's nothing that tells me they're not going to be able to get it. Nongshim Red Force, a team trying to work their way up, currently in 10th place, but their tournament run is not over with just yet. Power finds a way to disengage and get out of there, but only for a little bit of time. I mean, Weibo most likely going to see him if he runs across the field.
And Yangon Galacticos across the way, very happy to be on the turret, overlooking the exit from North George right now. They've got control over a lot of this circle. Regnum Kaya, that sits out to their east, have that ridge line where Silas was hunting out towards the riverbank there, but that could potentially be challenged depending on how this fight on the north side concludes. With So Easy on that ridge, they're looking to try and take care of the arena, and they need to try and fight it out now.
Well, Eda's fully eliminated. They were the ones getting into a fight with Fireflux and Thundertalk on the northern side, but even though they're gone, it doesn't mean the northern side is free and clear. DRX, E-Arena, fighting currently for the hilltop control. Of course, they still have to move their way in, and when it comes to E-Arena, they're taking some heavy damage. Joker, barely able to stand up, finally dropped. This DRX continues to push up, continues to slay out, and there's no reason why I think they're going to lose this fight.
Unfortunately, though, DRX have a knock on their backline and potentially off, oh goodness me, potentially an off angle coming through from Team Secret on their western side. This is dangerous. This is pretty tricky to navigate, but they do still have the momentum advantage. Nongshim Red Force, by the way, eliminated over in the northwest side. So were Power. So only Weibo going to have a chance to get out of North George there. Another nade sent on over, but look at the angle that Silas has. This is brutal oversight onto this fight.
Here it goes. They're clashing. They're up close. Now it's a CQC fight. Yunbin, great shots, but also taking takes a little bit of damage himself, and through the smoke he drops. And look, Silas with the off angle, just peppering shots on anybody he possibly can. It's even going to be TW taking down a DRX player. And by the way, update, JALADxLIVE does manage to recover, get all 4 members up. They still have great legs in this map.
Definitely a lot of opportunity here for JALADxLIVE. At the point standings that they're at right now, they do need every blessing they can get. JALADxLIVE is still alive, though. They have 3 elims. They're in a really solid spot. The difficulty will potentially be in their run-out when it comes to Stage 7, that sort of phase of the game. You could see Silas, as soon as he gets rid of Arena on that far side hill, their position goes sky high in terms of its potential, right? You just need to take down the Arena. You start to extend your line north, south. They're right on the edge of this next circle. They'll have to contend with Team Secret trying to push in from the north edge, but Arena going to have to move first.
I do wonder where 4th Thrives are going to decide to go. They're a bit split on the river side, so they wanted to control both ends. They got to move up. If they go up north, they're going to run into JALADxLIVE, and that engagement that's taking place with Team Secret, Arena. For the other 2, if they go down low, it's not going to be easy for them either, but they're forced to move forward. That's going to be into Redox. The solo from Team Falcons, and Falak is going straight into him.
Falak is going to continue that crash on the south side. Noki does get pinged away there by Ziol, who is overlooking that south side of the bridge. The fact that the southern shoreline is still in is crazy. This is the only reason, really, that Alpha Gaming are still alive in this one. 4th Thrive's going to go for a swim, going to try and meet up with Falak on that western side.
They have to, because APG is also about. So you got the solo from Falcons with Redox, and then you also have APG, or they're going to be fighting desperately for control on the southern side. Wavo a little bit too far away. I don't think they're going to have an effect, but maybe so. This JALADxLIVE fight is still ongoing, and it's taking place with a ton of distance. You've got Arena still firing on Wild and Co. in the south. You've got Team Secret, who's still looking to find a couple of positions. But all of this right going down is favorable for JALADxLIVE to potentially apex 100 points, and more importantly, get another winner chicken dinner.
It could be massive here. They are 1 point shy, and there's placements yet to be added for them. They will be crossing the boundary over into triple digits here on match number 10. A beautiful average, still keeping pace. Can anyone take it away from them now? Because Silas has been re-knocked. They do manage to get rid of Arena, but 2 players now down on the deck as Team Secret push in on the long spit ridgeline against JALADxLIVE, and it looks like there's no resistance.
Silas, TW now fully gone for JALADxLIVE. 2 more with a sliver of health. Wild looking at IQ from a distance. Loxy forced to hit the dirt, get a little bit of health before he re-engages onto the fights of the 4-man unit from Team Secret, who continues to push up. Now, we do notice IQ gets active on APG, so that 4th Thrives rotate in. It takes down the solo from Falcons, and it also engages into the APG fight, which a couple of players are going to be down as we look at Team Secret once again pushing forward on Loxy, on Wild. I want to say for JALADxLIVE to be alive this long, to recover when you looked at him earlier, 3 players down. Silas, the guy to try and keep them up, and they managed to recover, and they're still up fighting against Team Secret. It's been a wonderful game for them.
JALADxLIVE will be going down here, though, almost certainly. Loxy has a nade in hand. He's looking to try and get the cook on, get a knock or 2 maybe towards Team Secret, but they have 4 players. They're all above him on this ridgeline. They should know he's on this buggy.
Don't count him
They'll
out.
send it out wide, and they're spraying already. They're pre-firing, and I'm counting him out now because he's dead. He's gone. He's out of there. JALADxLIVE full. And now Team Secret with an opportunity to play that ridgeline that I put so much stock in terms of that predictive power. I feel like Team Secret do have a big chance here, but the next circle,
let's see it,
is just around the corner, and it will dictate how this game goes. APG already starting to put their feelers over towards the northern side. With 4th Thrives, their lone player still remains, and we're going across the river. JALADxLIVE, I mean, it's like these circles want them to win this tournament.
100%. JALADxLIVE have been chilling. I've seen them get active in the elimination feed a couple of times, right, with Smile from a distance with a knock here and there, but it's like they've just been chilling. They're hanging out. They're in a great spot in the standings. They already have a point lead even over second place, and even more so over third at DRX at 69. So for them, They don't need to do anything special. They just need to play good PUBG Mobile. And that's exactly what they're doing. This game surely going their way. Meanwhile, in the southern portion, still deadly as ever. Weibo focused on APG. You notice 4 Thrives were taken out. They were a team that crashed in on the solo of Falcons. APG then started fighting with them, managed to stay all 4 up. So for Team Secret, most likely going to try and gatekeep APG. This could be wonderful for them. They can rack up even more eliminations.
Team Secret starting to get a move on now, get a shift across. There really isn't too much cover that sits ahead of them here, but Weibo finally going to get drained away. 3 teams now remain, and they are all sat at 4 players remaining. This is all-out warfare. At the moment, interestingly enough, Alpha Gaming actually the most central team. However, Yangon Galacticos can move forwards on their buildings, and they will be even more central than that. Team Secret, the first team that needs to make a move now.
So APG has good real estate on the shoreline, but Team Secret also have good real estate on the high ground, and they're going to be able to stop APG. I say that, Doc, though, it's a wonderful shot on the train, dropping a player from Team Secret. Yangon Galactica says, hey, you guys can still fight it out. We're going for the placement points. We want another winner chicken dinner to Apex everybody, which would be at 4, by the way, which would be incredible. Team Secret manages to get trained back up. Another 4v4 about to ensue.
Nobody biting the dust just yet. 3 teams, 12 players in action. Reefus getting rezzed as well. You can see Yangon Galacticos playing the high ground on the rooftops there, which is why they're staying so far back on their building. The next circle will be coming in 10 seconds as well. Could potentially shift away from Yangon Galacticos towards Alpha Gaming. I think this is why we haven't seen any moves being made just now. Team Secret, they feel like they're too close to the edge and they want to get more ground. It shifts away from Yangon Galacticos over towards this side of the map, and maybe Team Secret went too early. They pulled the trigger, and Alpha Gaming were ready for them.
Absolutely ready. Jaiki now has to get desperate. He's got to push up the solo to try and keep APG's hope and dreams alive for the winner chicken dinner, but APG takes them apart 1 by 1. But hey, maybe there's life. Maybe there's an opportunity. Jaiki pushes up, and Buddy's dropped down, unfortunately, and now Yangon Galacticos are pushing in, and Romeo's got a beautiful off angle.
You wait 5 seconds as Team Secret, and none of this happens. You don't rotate down. You don't go for this crash because you don't need to. You wait for Yangon Galacticos to move, but all of a sudden, it's over towards the top of the tables, and Yangon Galacticos trying to defend their first place spot, but Alpha Gaming won't go down without a fight, and they're being assisted by their opponents here. Self-nades, Smile down next, and Yangon Galacticos lose a few in the fight.
Alpha Gaming can still do this, but I love the off angle from Romeo, and a beautiful nade puts it into it, and Yangon Galacticos takes another win for today to put them at 2 and a total of 4. Winner.
as actually Loxley picks up the first elim of the match. A nice clean elim there, added to the tally for Regnum Kaya over on the middle side of the tables. But I'm expecting JALADxLIVE to potentially push down all the way to the south of this one. Get over towards La Driera, via the Mar area, potentially. And I don't imagine that too many teams are going to get in their way immediately. They could just stop off over towards Trailer Park, though.
That's right.
They might just loot early and get on in that way.
Well, one of the things JALADxLIVE does on Miramar that we've been hyping up over the past couple of days is they stay in blue zone for the longest time. So it's going to be hard to even see them until maybe stage 3, where they finally decide to get within a zone. And if I'm Falcons or Hora, I'm going to constantly keep that in the back of their mind. They have history. They are the teams who have been trying to gatekeep JALADxLIVE in our previous Miramars. So most likely, those are going to be the 3 teams to clash a little bit later. Like I said, though, unless JALADxLIVE does what they normally do, and that's stay inside blue for the longest time. Now, for Alter Egos, revenge is needed. You got Regnum Kaya. They just took down one of your teammates. The question is, how much do you want to commit for the challenge onto them a little bit later on? This zone, not too crazy, not too exciting at the moment. Everybody has their own real estate. Everybody has kept their distance, but my eyes, once again, goes up towards the northwest between JALADxLIVE, Hora, and Falcons. Maybe even throw 4 Thrives in there. Eventually, that's going to be spicy.
I mean, yeah, it does look like JALADxLIVE do stop early, loot up around the northwest side near Trailer Park, and they'll play in from that northwest edge. They wanted to get looted earlier. They do have a lot of vehicles on side as well already gathered, so they can move nice and quickly. But we're now coming into our 4th minute as the first circle starts to close. So you imagine that they do want to get a shift on fairly soon, fairly quickly. And at the moment, we're not really seeing too many other teams putting pressure on one another for the time being. I'm looking at Alter Ego, potentially Weibo coming into conflict with one another over on the northeast side, just east of San Martin, near Hacienda del Patron. On that edge, but it looks like Eren may be under threat from Nongshim Red Force as well. This is much, much closer to the middle of the map here, just out north of Picado. And
Weibo's a great shout, by the way, a team that has performed decently well on previous Miramars in this tournament, more specifically here in the finals. Weibo, a team that is very, I mean, what is close? It's all relative, but at least close enough to break into top 3, maybe start challenging the top 2 teams of APG and JALADxLIVE. The opportunity is there. So for Weibo on these Miramar maps, I do look to them to kind of be the front runner, in my opinion, to maybe start shaking things up in our top 3 run.
I mean, these are numbers you just don't see, right? Like, it's so unfamiliar to be playing with this sort of lobby disparity towards the top of the tables, right? I mean, we're coming out of the first day, it was fairly close by, like everyone was sort of neck and neck. JALADxLIVE got a little bit of a lead towards the end of that first day, but it's, I mean, it's just completely topsy-turvy now. Like, there's no, I don't think there's precedent really for a tournament situation like this.
Yeah.
And for JALADxLIVE, they've got to feel real good about themselves. Team Secret on the southeast side, just out west of Impala, near La Vendita as well, taking shots over towards Regnum Kaya as they try and move on the east side. Wild has taken quite a lot of damage, and another tag sent on in as well. This is dangerous. Trang could potentially get a shot or 2 sent his way as well, but Wild just about escapes with his life.
Barely gets away. I thought for sure Trang was going to park the bus, fire some shots. I would have for sure at least tried to get that knock, because Wild would have been out in no man's land. And that's a team you do want to take out. Regnum Kaya, despite being in 7th place, is a roster that is scary when you fight against them and you're opposite of them. And for Team Secret's sake, I mean, even further down the standings for them, taking out Regnum Kaya would have been huge. Now for E-Arena, a team that needs to step it up, fighting against our 2nd place team, APG. Rifus has the high ground.
Rufus on top right now. For APG, of course, one of the very few teams, and by very few I mean the only team that is within even thinking distance of JALADxLIVE right now. Mormon takes himself out, and that's going to be an easy pickup for Rufus. Very happy with that. E-Arena, fumble, not good, especially when you're in 15th place. You can't let that sort of thing happen. Rufus on the outside, he's all too happy to take this fight. And the backup's coming through for E-Arena, but getting up and challenging him is so difficult. And now Doc is on the ground floor, Top moving in from the sidelines. They are going to close the jaws on this trap.
You would think so. Still, though, in close and personal in a CQC fight, E-Arena does have the shotties needed in order to battle against APG once they do push forward. And Rifus can only do so much from the hilltop. It's going to be up, or it should be from the rooftop. It's going to be up to the rest of the roster to push in from the bottom side of things. By the way, update, Power loses Al-Haji, a crowd favorite. I'm curious how that's going to impact a little bit later on. For APG, though, they start to tighten the vice grip. Joker, though, on the outside is a little bit interesting. If Rifus does decide to overexpose himself on that rooftop, Joker might be able to knock him down, giving an opportunity for E-Arena to potentially take the high ground for themselves.
I mean, the issue is the off angles, right? For Alpha Gaming, it's going to be really difficult to have an impact for Joker. Rifus isn't going to give him the opportunity. I can guarantee you that. And Doc will find out about this position as well. So the off angle there is spotted. They'll easily handle this, and it should be E-Arena disengaging if they can.
Yeah. Tough for Joker. If he knocks down Doc, maybe he starts to push up. Zayal potentially takes over the place and maybe challenges Joker himself, but it just doesn't end up occurring. Zayal, though, continues to push up, maybe being the tip of the spear in this engagement. Sakura hasn't moved, and in fact, E-Arena, the bottom players don't have to. It's up to APG to penetrate this building.
Certainly is. I'm taking a look at the rotates on the map as well. Yangon Galacticos currently making their way in on the west side against the Falcons. You can see that in the picture-in-picture on your top right. The expanded mini-map there could potentially come into conflict. They're still quite far away from each other. As the nades start to come through, TW gets an opener. Over towards Yol. They're going to try and chase this one down. He knows Top's on the wall, burns off the corner, burns off that retreat. Could potentially put a lot more pressure onto this one, but Top actually hops forward, gets up to cover, and the rest of the team are going to sidle on in and keep this one at arm's distance. Both drives moving on past this, not going to get stuck in either. TW just about escaping there before his health bar depletes to 0.
Oh, but how aggressive does Doc want to get? He knew the damage was in, but now he doesn't have the positioning. TW will recover, get his health back up into play. Shots will ring out, but TW is safe. This angle is nasty. He has the right-hand peek advantage, and he'll try and take advantage, but gets mowed down as he peeks in the line of sight of 3 players from APG. Now Joker has no choice but to retreat back into a corner and try and stay up, but he can't go anywhere. Nowhere safe.
Doc around the corner there, keeping that suppressive fire down, and they find another. Sakura falls, and now Joker is the last to go. No knock sent back towards APG, and E-Arena donate 4 more points to put them over into the triple digits as well.
Okay, all right. APG wins a critical fight. All 4 stay alive. And if you're interested in this race between Yangon Galacticos and APG, you're hoping APG has a couple of pop-off games to truly challenge Yangon Galacticos to make tomorrow even more interesting. For DRX, the struggles continue as one player will get dropped, fully finished off. And, well, no surprise, it's Horta Sky who loves his long-range fights.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to clock that shot. An easy flush out as well. 3 players for DRX, the 3rd place team right now, who sit so far behind first place. It's unbelievable at this stage in the tournament. You know, after 10 matches played, you expect things to be closer, but they have just had their path made all the harder by playing on as 3 here on Miramar. The circle centered over towards Picardo. Not guaranteed to be going on to the inside of it just now, but Power can rest easy for the time being, despite losing a player earlier to Regnum Kaya.
You mentioned Yangon Galacticos taking that southern portion, and they have gone all the way down to Chumacera. Now start to rotate their way in. This time not in blue, but I think that's only because of how the zone is kind of centered up, or else Yangon Galacticos would be totally happy being a little bit further south. But they start to move in. APG, most likely the team to fight against them. St. Cloud's a bit separate, so there is a chance, and so is Rifus, right? So there is a chance we have a 3v3 between Yangon Galacticos and APG if YG starts to move up a little bit further on. Weibo does start to get a little bit closer to Noxium Red Force, and for other rosters, of course, in the center area, like you mentioned, Power, they're chilling. No reason to rush anything.
I haven't quite figured it out yet, but I'm wondering at what point does it make sense for Yangon Galacticos just to start hot dropping APG every game?
Ooh. Not now. I don't think now.
I feel like, yeah, definitely not right now.
Yeah.
But limiting APG's point scoring potential is the only thing they really need to worry about moving in towards tomorrow. Of course, the gap is surmountable on some blowout days for a couple of teams beneath them, like DRX, for instance. But still, it's very, very unlikely. So maybe if you're thinking about towards the second half of tomorrow, we could see things get a little bit freaky if they don't want to try and break the record of most chicken dinners in a tournament.
Well, it's not a hot drop at the moment, but Yangon Galacticos APG, I think APG is getting closer and closer, and you talked about them challenging YG to maybe shut them down, stop the points. They've got YG very separate, and actually Smile is going to be isolated by himself in between two members of APG. And to add in a little bit more of a curveball, DRX going down south. Falcons forced them out even further than they're probably wanting to with a couple of shots. And DRX will soon be crossing paths with Yangon Galactica. So now all of a sudden our southern region has become quite active.
APG going to coalesce towards a compound right now. They don't want the smoke from Yangon Galacticos. Smile stanchions himself out to the east side, and we'll just feed this information back with Alpha Gaming going a little bit slow, being pushed out to the east side. Yangon Galacticos could potentially navigate all the way through Los Leones. There is a chance that they could just try and enter out that way. Getting a little bit closer towards La Bandita, out to the east side there. We'll have to wait and see. DRX still in pursuit, as you highlighted.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if they necessarily know who's ahead of them, but they are in pursuit. When they see that team in front of them, they might be forced to fight it out. Now, for Fireflux, I wonder if they're aware of everything that is going on just south of them, because they do play a gatekeeper role in a way. With this 2-2 split, they've got a lot of options. Magnum Caria just to the north of them. To the west, you've got Falcons and APG, who are now getting dangerously close to themselves. So from APG to Yangon Galacticos, APG now over towards Falcons area. The question is, how deep do they decide to get into the zone? And for DRX, how quickly can they get up to Yangon Galacticos? APG still holding down a hardcover POI as hard as they can with Falcons up ahead.
Yeah, they slip back out to the western side, and Falcons now going to be the team to try and take them on. Of course, the hometown heroes here in Saudi Arabia. The organization has a lot of fans out there, but they have been underperforming expectations so far. Their calls have been slightly messy. Their confidence definitely knocked here. And it would take something miraculous, something unbelievable to see them find a title here. But as the day is dusking, it feels like it might be over for the Falcons, as it has been for so many other teams with high expectations into this tournament.
I think so, and you know, that's really hard to say, because Falcons, so much hype coming into this. But again, I do want to highlight, for every team that has made it to grand finals, is still a big accomplishment, because they've had to battle it out and they've surpassed other rosters. Now, let's talk about Falcons versus Power. Power have the advantage. 4 Thrives even getting active as Ralph will fall to the third party. So 4 Thrives, Ida, Power, Falcons, all within the area, and Falcons are getting dismantled.
Redog's the only one to stand now on the inside. Narvalo down and can't really go for the cross cleanly here. Trying to slam into the east side of Picado. I mean, it's not ideal, right, in this scenario. There's this big hillside that sits in the middle of the circle, but it's really exposed out to the east edge right now. Once the circle shrinks a little bit more, that ridgeline will start to gain power, similar to how we saw on the ridgeline to the north of the river in the previous match start to gain power once the circle closed on towards it. Very exposed before that, but can gain momentum. Yangon Galacticos going to be playing on that east side to potentially take shots out that way.
Yeah, DRX finally made their way up. They had to go deep into blue through the south. Once they finally got up into the northern side of things, they run straight in to Yangon Galacticos. A couple of shots are exchanged. DRX takes a little bit of damage, loses a player, but still relatively healthy. But for them, they've got to worry about alter egos, because they're collapsing. Alva was the first one to get active onto the DRX members, and now the rest are going to join in. We've got a fight over here in the factory, and Moana is down.
Going down first there on the engagement, DRX wanting to rack up a point or two if they can. Nade over towards another, and Alva goes down next as Roseberry, his point is picked up by DRX, but Yangon Galacticos get one of the points on this engagement, because why not?
Why not?
They need more points, I'm pretty sure.
That's right. You can always use more points. The question is, actually, chat, let us know prediction. How high will Yangon Galacticos go in the standings, at least points-wise, by the next 2 games, this game included? For DRX, they successfully win the fight, but they can't stay here. They've got to move forward. With it being said, for Say Cloud, he's got the forward position. So DRX, maybe a northern rotation is in the books. For Yangon Galacticos, things do start to get a bit spicy. We've got Team Secret up ahead of them. Fireflux to the left, DRX to the right. So at a certain point, there is a real chance Yangon Galacticos get into an engagement and then ultimately end up being third party, either from DRX or Fireflux from a distance.
Nades in from Nongshim Red Force as they try and put pressure on from the north side of the compound towards Hora. Trying to land a little bit more damage. 3 players alive for Hora, and TZ going to try and keep those health bars nice and low, so that this assault is made all the easier. I'm looking at No Fear right now, thinking about how this position can impact the engagement. Needs to catch at least 1 player from Nongshim Red Force on this approach. If he doesn't, his team is done for.
Remember, I mentioned Weibo at the very beginning. A great Miramar team. They've been relatively slow so far. However, I think this is where they start to capitalize off their current positioning. They can look down on this fight between Hora and Nongshim Red Force. They can also look down onto DRX. Well, but up close and personal, we see Nongshim Red Force with TZ throwing out utility, taking down Hora, as Hora are in trouble at the moment. Only 2 players alive. Sky is down and out. TZ even burning himself to go in for the full finish.
Looking for another point. Add it onto the tally, and No Fear has no impact on the engagement there. Will not be able to help his teammates out, and he'll play on as a solo on the northeast side of this next circle that does shift up a little bit to the north, so I'm sure that the Falcons are regretting their decision to crash into Picardo, because everybody's going to have to leave from there. They don't have to just yet, but certainly in stage 6 they will do.
Young Galacticus, DRX, they've been kind of going toe-to-toe with each other. They did have a bit of a fight earlier. DRX broke away and chose to challenge a team up ahead. But now for DRX taking the fight to YG. Cars coming, and Hyunbin ready for it, but gets tagged up. Surely he falls, and he will. Now the rest of the DRX roster forced to stand up, forced to try and be heroic in the moment. But Smile gets to full finish. DRX down to 2 players, and YG goes for a reset.
You cut off 1 head, 2 more arise to take its place. Yangon Galacticos rallying around Mernat there. Pop him in the back of the buggy, put pressure onto DRX, back them off here. An emergency evacuation being enacted right now, and DRX have no say in the matter.
Say indeed. DRX running out of time, running out of resources. Only 2 players left, and on top of that, you've also got Hora maybe to deal with from No Fear to solo Nongshim Red Force, who are starting to progress on the hilltops, maybe to look down for a third party. For DRX, they've got to fight tooth and nail. They need to get active, and maybe a buggy exit is what they needed.
Hora are eliminated in the meantime, and DRX giving another point over to Yangon Galacticos. Smile in pursuit. They want to chase this one down. Nongshim Red Force there over the road on the north side, and Scissor spotted. Smile, he is able to take them down to 1 player on DRX, and they keep churning through these games, through these teams, and it's just domination left and right. The only other time I can remember something like this happening is all the way back in like 2019, right, with Bigatron over in Kuala Lumpur. They dominated by about over 100-point margin. Obviously, the point scoring system was a bit different back then, but that's the only other time I can remember this sort of domination happening in a tournament at a global level.
And they're just feeling, again, the pressure isn't as heavy as it is for other rosters. Yangon Galacticus, they've hit their flow state, and they're just looking so good. DRX forces in Sohej just straight in the middle with a buggy exit, and now Yangshim, wow, okay, Yangon Galacticus managed to get a knock, and they take the fight from a distance against Nongshim Red Force. Tizzy is down, he's dropped, but only for a little bit of time. I believe he's going to be picked back up. So for this fight, Yangon Galacticus, no reason why they don't have the advantage in a moment. Now, I don't want to see another crash in this spot, though. No reason for either team to get overly aggressive. Take your time, you have plenty of it.
Certainly a lot of opportunity. The circle comes in and it goes central. Now, this is where that ridgeline I was talking about starts to come into play. On the south side, you can see there's an approach for teams like Fireflux, like Team Secret, to push up towards the north. APG are there as well. But let's hop into this fight, because it's popping off over on the edges of Picardo.
Yes, it is. It's going to be our team of 4 Thrives going against Ida, who is now getting pieced apart. 4 Thrives, wolf-packing together, continually upwards. Now, notice Falcons and Power are not too far behind. Naki needs to be very careful careful on how he swings this angle, because most likely he's going to get shot instead of back. With Ida being dealt with, Aaron fully gone. Now you can focus your attention on the Falcons and Power. But I ask you, John, is it worth it to challenge this, to go for the third party, or short 4 thrives, go with IQ into the next zone?
I feel like getting ahead of this is going to be more impactful. 4 thrives if they can find a position out to their east side, potentially uncontested for the time being. There's potential danger from Weibo off in the distance, and Navallo tried to cut across them. Yangon Galacticos, are they in danger right now? Okay, hang on a minute. Romeo and SayCloud both down on the front. Noxian Red Force have 4 players alive. It looks like they're going to be able to finally do something against the roster that's been a terror to the rest of the lobby.
Well, it seems to be the case, doesn't it? But Noxian Red Force with 4. You got 2 mighty warriors from Yangon Galacticos. Mernat firing some shots, drops 1, goes for the second, can't connect enough. But what a valiant effort it was, but it doesn't mean they are gone just yet. Actually, it does, excuse me, as they're fully finished. I thought there was going to be at least 1 more warrior from Yangon Galacticos to put up a fight, but even 3 points, I mean, come on, you got to give it to them. They fight to the very end, and now we have to shift our attention to APG, the closest team to catching up to Yangon Galacticos, the team looking to take down the Falcons.
117 points is their target now after this match. They are currently on 104 with the 8 points that they've gotten so far, which means that they are 13 points behind right now. So they still have quite a way to go if they want to catch up. But this is brilliant news. Like you said, the opportunity now to draw level with Yangon Galacticos, which is something that could only be dreamed of further down the table.
That's right. This could be a
वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम भाई लोग जो आ रहा है लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो जल्दी जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाई लोग
They still got skin in this game. They're in
Inshallah,
fifth place.
next
There's
match
a lot of money still to be earned in a championship
40-10 में होगी.
Solus up close gets mowed down.
ये
Fireflux
पहली अल्फा वाले में
with
छोड़
just
रहे
1
थे
more
यार.
standing.
बहुत
But
गंदा
how for
मार
how
रहे हैं.
long? Well, Madcap says, I've got
क्या
this.
हुआ है?
Boys, I'm going to take the cake.
क्या
I'm going to
है?
push up. 1v3, no problem.
क्या
APG,
मारा
not like this.
1v3
Oh, they are going to push Madcap back off the angle, though. He has 1 more hurdle to jump. He will.
Oh, 1v4
them
में खो
together.
गया.
The full reset
1v4
potential, but
में खो
Navallo
गया.
could
GG.
also change
right.
things around. The
बहुत
Falcons
अलग है.
moving on up with their last player. He's not going to be there in time. He's just trying to get a little bit further forwards onto this circle. So Alpha Gaming now up to 11 eliminations, 10 points behind Yangon Galacticos.
Ooh, okay, so a potential 21-point game. Who knows? Maybe even more if they get eliminations, which would put APG in first place. And you mentioned Narvalo, he's gone. Falcons are eliminated. For APG, this is their game to take. They've got a lot of great competition. They still have to fight for zone, maybe even against 4 thrives. I'm assuming Noxian Red Force, but APG have already put up one hell of a game.
Weibo on the north side are a major threat. Last player from DRX could change that around if he doesn't get spotted by them, but you imagine that Weibo are going to be able to spot that one out. You hope so at the very least. So on the northern side, they have a lot of control. So easy. I think he's been spotted. No. Oh, that was in reverse there. Hang on a minute. They're going away. They might leave into his own devices.
So it stays alive just a little bit longer. Weibo finally starting to fire a couple of shots, I believe onto Phallic. IQ will try to alleviate some of the pressure from a distance. Weibo have a lot of utility here. Soaz will stay just where he's at. No reason for him to fire off. He's going to be a sneaky beaver as long as he possibly can. Actually, I do start to worry about Weibo now as he might get gunned down.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, they know he's right there. Surely he checks the angle. Surely they spot out. He's pulled his gun away. No, he's getting spotted. Okay. M4 is out, and it is DRX eliminated. Crisis averted on the northern side. Weibo, the Chinese fans, very happy about that one.
Very happy indeed. That could have been crazy. Losing half your team in just a moment's time to a solo who's been surviving. That would have hurt for sure. TW down, but not for long. Naki's going to get him back onto his feet. 4 thrives will be able to continue to potentially thrive in this game with 4 of their players. We look at the zone and, man, Weibo, Noxian Red Force, just neck and neck. Doc starting to move in potentially into APG. Now, I do worry if he gets a bit too far away from his team. APG's going to mow him down. You need numbers in these final fights.
And at the moment, center of the circle, closest occupant is 4 thrives, who we're on board with just there, and they will get a little bit closer to this one. However, the high ground now has to be rolled off. APG, you can see how low their health bars are. You've got to imagine that their meds are looking a little bit threadbare as they take some shots over towards Noxium Red Force, but TW hasn't been handled just yet, and he finds balls on the backline. Again, it's all up to Reefers to keep them alive, but Top is going to get flushed away, and it's IQ to actually push TW off of that high ground. In the meantime, there's a trade-off, a Weibo taken back down. This engagement is going every direction on this circle.
All right, huge. If we can get a reset, at least with the duo, Weibo now focused fully on Noxium Red Force up ahead. Sook, a great grenade. He's going to throw it. It goes down the hill, but Benny and Tizzy managed to distance himself, but a wonderful shot will drop one. Reefus gets some shots onto TW, getting yet another point, I believe, putting APG at 12.
Could potentially be racking up more and more. Haven't quite got that flush just yet, so the 12 elims, they'll try and add to that tally. Falak nade over the top. This looks good.
Nice nade, Falak. GG.
Weibo's sidelines now.
Finish. Yeah.
Opened up a little
nice.
bit. It manages to get back as well behind that Molotov. Really timely retreat. The old ducks behind the headland just in time.
Gotta favor Fourth Thrives in this moment. A team that was so incredible. The dominant roster throughout group play, struggling when it comes to grand finals, but a chance to step it up. Reefus is down to solo.
Nice.
Alive
GG.
for the team of APG.
GG.
Zayal also taking damage himself, and Alpha Gaming will in fact be
Alpha
eliminated.
Game
Good news, even more so for Fourth Thrives, who have a dominating position, and they have dominant control here. I don't think they can lose this game.
Weibo try and find Bini in the ditch there, but he's in the smoke. A little bit too hard to find this time around, but the spray down, the shotgun puts him out of the business. Fourth Thrives now with 9 eliminations, trying to convert this one against Weibo. They've crunched them in. Look at how they sit on this circle. We're on to stage 8 now. It will close dead center, and Fourth Thrives should have this one on lock in a 4 versus 3. Nade over the top from D24. Falak's gonna be up on that off angle now. Sook should be next on the menu. You can able to nail that shot, of course.
Well done.
No chance he doesn't.
Now it's a 4v2.
T24
T24 pushing closer and closer to Order, and he down below. T24 finally looks like he starts to fire a couple of shots. Order most likely dropping in a moment. He as well. Is this the game? Will we see it? One from Fourth Thrives perspective. Only one more player remains, and I just don't know if GG will take game number 5.
Pushing themselves up towards the middle side of those tables. Obviously, a little bit futile to hope that you could get up towards the top, but it is money that you're earning as you ladder up on those tables. There are big pay gaps that you can cross. So beautiful news for Fourth Thrives. Coming into this, one of the highest point scoring qualifiers from the group stages. They needed to keep things back under control, and you can see maybe a little bit despondent about that performance, but either way, they take the 10 chicken dinner points.
And you know what, you got to give credit.
बहुत है अभी लड़कों जी बहुत आला वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम भाई लोग जो आ रहा है लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो जल्दी जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाई लोग ओए 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 क्या मार रहे हैं यार बहुत आला निकाला है बदमाश बने हुए थे अल्फा गेमिंग वाले भाईजान जी उनको भी सही धोया इन लोगों ने यार मैं ना साउंड बंद कर देता हूँ क्योंकि म्यूजिक की वजह से ना वो आ जाता है कॉपीराइट आ जाता है कल भी आया मुझे इसी वजह से सिर्फ मैच के अंदर मैं साउंड खोल देता हूँ क्योंकि उधर कोई म्यूजिक वगैरह नहीं होता IQ को नॉक फिनिश दे दिया था फलक ने फिर मारा है T24 ने मारा लास्ट आखिरकार एक चिकन डिनर पाकिस्तानियों के नाम भी हुआ बहुत मुश्किल अब तुम्हें पाकिस्तानी नजर आएंगे टॉप 10 के अंदर ये नींद आ रही थी मुझे तो यार देख देख के अब उस्ताद जी थोड़ी देर नींद उड़ी है चफ आई है भाई अभी चिकन निकाला पाकिस्तानियों ने, कल का जाके अब निकाला है बहन चोदो। शुक्र है निकाल लिया, निकाला बड़ा हैवी है। अब तारीफें हो रही हैं पाकिस्तानियों की। आखिरी मैच है मेरे ख्याल में। तू की कही जा रहा सी? हाँ
Gaming. Come on, we look at you to be the front runner to break the top 2, and you already lost 1.
They haven't lost them yet.
Not just yet.
Not just yet.
We'll see.
Very certain that they are going to lose it very soon, but not yet.
They're going up. They're trying.
Oh, no, they're pushed back.
They're all in one vehicle. We know this is not necessarily a good thing.
I hate it so much. Stop that. Thank you very much. Goodness me. Alter Ego, hop out of the vehicle, drop 2 off, and they haven't actually confirmed this flash just yet. So, looks like they're not even going to try. They're just going to get away, get out of there. I mean, disengaging, maybe a good idea. It seems like Weibo Gaming, they're going to be happy to be on the score.
You know, if I'm Alter Egos, I want that point. Right, I'm a little bit further down than I want to be going into tomorrow's competition. Even with a heroic game this time around, it only breaks you up into maybe 70 points. And still not very close enough, at least. Not as close as you would want to be, right, to the rest of the others. But they get back in. Oh, maybe a trap has been set. Oh. They forgo 1. Oh, excuse me, Alter Egos fire back onto Weibo. They forgo 1 cleanup, potentially getting 2 now. I see the math. It's working out.
Hey, look, he's still down behind that rock.
So now, send in, let him send the third. Let him send the third to get the other 2 up and take down 3, and then do it again and take all 4 down.
I reckon they'll fall for it again. They'll do it. They'll be like, oh, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, for sure.
They're actually leaving.
No, they're just leaving. I mean, they've already lost both of the res. They don't want to res up. No point in getting stuck into this one further. So, Weibo down, split to half of their roster. DRX now, our major hope for maybe catching over towards the top side, but Yangon Galacticos fairly disengaged. Shumasera was the drop spot for Alpha Gaming, and they are, again, fairly uncontested in the zone. Ooh, a little bit of a drift off the side of the road.
Mernat.
It looked cool.
It did look cool. Yangon Galacticos not only in first place, but also getting style points. I don't know how those points factor into the overall standings, but we'll figure it out. We'll have a discussion with the TO on the back end. Mernat South, that most likely is where the rest of the trio for Yangon Galacticos are going to be heading down, potentially rotating over towards maybe APG. I don't know. That's the team, right, who's kind of been gatekeeping them several times. They have history, and, well, even more so now, being 1 and 2. So now I bring up the conversation you set up just the last game. When does APG decide to truly challenge Yangon Galacticos? Now, obviously, you brought it up in an initial POI fight, but in this case for APG, there's a lot of distance. They don't necessarily know where YG is currently at. But if they do see them, shutting them down this game and challenging them, especially with the lead they have over Weibo, who's currently in 3rd, could be worth it.
The idea that I had for potentially Yangon Galacticos going for those hot drops was a big contingent on having more of a lead over APG, right? Now that they're neck and neck again, I expect them to go just by the book, play their game as they've been playing it up until now. If you're starting to get sort of 30 points ahead of a team, that's when it's sort of a lot less risky to go for the hot drop engagements, right? Because even if you're taking them down by 2 players, right, you're severely limiting their point scoring capability. And if you're able to do that, that is brilliant stuff. Ah, okay, it was a knockout with the Mini 14 from Rosemary on the early game to find that. That's the pickup. Let's not go well at all. Goodness me.
I'm actually happy we caught that, though, because it's, you take down a solo, questions remain. What are they doing? Well, they did it all to get 2. So bang for their buck. You like to see that. So great, $3.99, best price out there. Fireflux, a bit spread out. Solus is going to be one who's pretty much by himself, and you've got quite a few players around. Regnum Karia not far behind. Power just up ahead of them. You know, these splits, sometimes they pay off. Oftentimes, I've seen teams get too punished. And, well, in this case, I'm hoping it doesn't happen to Fireflux. But for them, they still seem pretty confident where they're currently at. DRX also coming up behind them. So Fireflux need to band together sooner rather than later.
We're looking at the northwest side right now, and it seems like our observing team are too. We're going to hop over towards Hora, over by the Crater Fields. The Falcons close by, right on the northwest edge, fairly isolated from any other team, really, so not likely to see any third parties on this spot, but you can see close by to one another. Potential for things to get involved now between these 2 rosters. In 12th place and 14th place, Hora and Falcons respectively. They need something. I mean, they need something big, right? And unfortunately for them, they're not too far behind, sort of 3rd place at this point, right? They are within striking distance, and that's what I was saying in terms of the volatility of these tables. It's just so crazy what's happened with Yangon Galacticos and APG that sort of ruffles a few feathers in terms of the typical conversations that we have at this sort of stage of the tournament. But it's definitely very, very movable around the middle side, right? If you get a big game here as Falcons, you get 22 points on the board, all of a sudden you're up at 64,
right? You're
in the running for those podium positions.
You never stop fighting until the very end. Until the tournament is done with, you continue to fight for every position you can possibly get. And for Narvalo, he's going to do exactly that on the high ground. And more importantly, yeah, he'll get a couple of pop shots, but speaking of which, on to no fear, but he's also calling out the exact locations of where Horta is at. Airborne, hits the shot on a sleepy and takes him down. Super surprised he's still alive.
Hey, you can take the Falcons to the sky, but those guys just fly out of the way, you know. They're dipping, they're diving, and Koa's on the business.
That's right.
With the pump action there. Horta now busted down to a limited supply of players on 2 now remaining standing. Redox is circling again, giving them an aerial display as they threaten to take down Jiggle. Koa pumping into the smoke with that pump action shotgun. Nade over the top, and Jiggle should not be long for this game. Another nade over the top, and the airburst is good.
Good stuff. One of the strongest starts we've seen from Falcons in quite some time. Koa, a bit of an issue there with the car, but that's all right. He's going to get picked back up onto his feet. So good on Falcons to start off strong as they did. For Horta, well, they're going to have to go at it as a solo. For APG, keeping TRX at bay. APG very central. They're going to be surrounded by TRX, E Arena, very active, especially this zone gets even smaller. Fourth start to move in as well. Our previous game winners most likely getting a ton of confidence. Doc, he's out of there. He'll find a position to potentially overlook, I believe, Regnum Kari up ahead.
This is nice and central on the circle, right? The north point, the northeast side of Chumacera, up into these hills, a lot of ridge lines they can play around. Potential danger from further to their south. The question is, what teams try and isolate that sort of position? You can see the high ground that is afforded to them. Yangon Galacticos, potentially, one of those teams behind them. I mean, Doc's just, I mean, they're just pumping, right? They're just popping shots. Actually, 4 thrives.
Exactly.
Yet again, maybe a side swipe from Chumacera.
Yeah, that's the risk you take when you go center zone, especially with a zone such as this. You know there's going to be third parties, and with it being Miramar, there's every single angle possible. And for 4 Thrives to take great advantage of it, and even for Ragnar, well, he decides to go ahead and take advantage of the fight on the Jing, taking him out from Thundertalk, who have definitely not been the Thundertalk team we've witnessed during the survival stage. But again, fight, fight, fight till the very end. That is the goal. For Power, though, they've done decently well, I would say, right? 60 points is still close to the average we have, at least from Weibo Gaming down. Of course, you got your outliers, Yangon Galacticos, as well as Alpha Gaming, but around 70, 60 points. I mean, that seems to be around where everyone is at, so an average performance. But average won't cut it. To be a champion, you need to do a little bit more.
Silas playing mechanic right now, fixing up the vehicle, making sure it's nice and healthy. Well, pop that one inside the garage. Now on the north side of the road, they're very, very central. They should have a lot of control here, but they want to make sure that their vehicles stay nice and healthy because it's likely they're going to have to leave at some point. Northwest side, the Falcons were able to win their engagement with Horta, not fully clearing out the roster, but adding 3 points to their tally. They'll now be chased in by the blue towards Noxian Red Force, so potentially a little bit of difficulty on the road side on the northwest edge. The question is, will they find the positions to deal with those angles that they need to try and breach past?
Falcons have had a great start, but what will their finish look like? Did you set it up nicely? And I agree with you. A 20-point game here puts them in the running, potentially making an impact in tomorrow's Smash Point competition. But it all depends on that Noxian Red Force fight. But the good news is for them, they don't need to get too overly aggressive. They don't have to full send it in. They can stay where they're currently at and wait to see where the next zone is going to pop.
Couple of teams now looking to try and play that edge style, right? Yangon Galacticos, we know they like to play into these games late. They're allowed to do that by the rest of the lobby as well. Falcons actually, oh, is that Falcons getting a knock over towards Nongshan? It may well be, it could be Ida as well. Could be teams off. Real opportunity here to gain some confidence, if nothing else.
Without a doubt, and they do decide to send in on Noxian Red Force. Meanwhile, for Alter Egos, fighting on the right side, the opposite side of where Falcons and Auction Red Force are currently engaging. Solus, just a sliver of health, slips away. Krypton has a chance, and he'll take it. Taking down Scarface, reducing the numbers even more for Fireflux.
Fireflux rolling up like a sushi conveyor belt. Krypton chows down on him, able to knock them straight on out of the vehicle as it flies on past. Add that one to the bill, thank you very much. 4 elims now for Alter Ego as they post up on the east side of the circle.
Good job, Alter Egos in a great spot, fully effectively pushing Fireflux back. Opposite of Power. Meanwhile, for Falcons, we knew this fight was going to take place. Noxium Red Force was their only other enemies. Now, Falcons win this in good fashion with all 4 players left up, excuse me. They're going to have this compound area to themselves, which could be incredibly valuable depending on where the next zone shifts. So, a critical fight for them to take with Tizzy in the smoke. Falcons need to keep their head on a swivel and not just blast on Biome. That UMP is going to knock them out.
Nade in from Koa could find Tizzy if he gets the bounce right. He knows there's a person in here now with the damage tag, and Koa immediately able to put him down there. Again, that's the warehouse now controlled. The longhouse is next up. These are a lot harder to take control of than the warehouses. But the question is, do they need to right now? They've got control of this warehouse. The Falcons, not really too many teams contesting them in this area. Could potentially be third-partied by a team like Yangon Galacticos, and the longhouse still has some teeth to it. Don't necessarily need to push just yet.
Need to keep Narvalo up. Going to be very difficult to do. XCY forced to retreat now, and that should give an ample amount of time to get Narvalo back in the fight, which Redox is going to fully commit to. And Noxium Red Force knows this. Nade's going to be cooked, and it might have a chance to connect on Nakoa through the doorway. Good. Oh, just misses. I thought that was good for sure.
Just a little bit too long on the cook. The one side of the wall does catch the damage that they were looking to put in towards Koa's health bar. Now Yangon Galacticos could be a back angle that spots out Noxium Red Force, because they've been playing on the far side of this longhouse against this push from Falcons for quite a while now. Weibo as well, with Order moving in, could also find angles with Falcons in their sight lines. We'll have to wait and see, because they have drawn the attention. The Sharks are circling, and that is one great white off in the distance.
And I worry about Ralph. I loved his off angle, but now start to question, will Mernat from Yangon Galacticos be able to hit the shots needed? But the pressure's in, the commitment has been sent, and Doc C down to a sliver of health, and in fact he's going to be fully dropped off of that. And Falcons look to win this in full fashion with all 4 players last alive. The question is, what can the last remaining member of Noxium Red Force do?
Circle counting them in on the edge of the circle as well. They're going to be happy to hold this fight for a little bit longer. XZY on the outside though, spots Koa, looks for the flush as well. I think he was denied and gets cut down by Narvalo, who was rezzed earlier. Putting that import onto that res really pays off for them. The Falcons now losing only 1, meaning they're fairly safe from Yangon Galacticos. But Yangon Galacticos do not need to take this fight right now. They can just try and get ahead of this and keep the Falcons on the edge of this circle.
Which is what they've been great at, and that's why they have been so consistent. They're not focused on crashing in, being aggressive. They're focused on pacing and positioning. And you'll even look at, well, we look at the map, right? For SayCloud, where he's currently at, he already has a great off angle and a good position to gatekeep the team of Falcons, who are very aware of where he's currently at. And if they can't take him out, they get tunnel vision on SayCloud. You then got Burnett, who's getting an off angle himself just behind the Falcons roster. YG are closing the vice grip, and Falcons need to be acutely aware of where they're currently at.
I wonder if they're aware of Myrna on that off angle. And he is going to be devastating if he catches someone trying to push up that ridgeline towards where SayCloud was playing. Retreated off now, by the way. Then it could be dastardly. But Falcons are going to extend further towards the north side with 2 players left remaining on Weibo. Those are the 2 players who will be playing on the angle. Koa will spot the players inside the building, hear that vehicle rotating. He'll know that there's a bit of a regroup onto that Weibo compound.
Yeah, Koa Redux just trying to fill out where Falcons can go next. They know it's an option to stay put where they're currently at, but they need the information on their next rotation. They wisely retreat back. Redux will stay just above that of Team Secret to get a couple of pop shots, maybe a knock to where Falcons could open up a door for themselves to maybe push in. For Power, though, opposite of Fireflux, who had some early engagements. They lose half of their roster, but still set up very deep into the zone. So for them, they're okay at the moment, but but you do have a couple of teams, maybe Power. I'm honestly looking at Alter Egos to maybe be the next roster to push up, and I think that was Alter Egos who took down the 2 members of Fireflux earlier.
They're on the east side for Alter Ego right now. They're fairly isolated. A potentially difficult push. They might target Fireflux. You can see Matcap, Solus trying to hold out their coastline. Well, I say coast, their sidelines rather, as they will be aware of Alter Ego's position. Not willing to peek too much and wait for this next circle to come on through. 40 seconds remain on this phase, and we'll figure out where we're going next, as our teams are starting to quiet down and wait for that pop to come in.
That's it. Where do we go next? We know Falcons are going to have to move. Yangon Galactica since Smile, by the way. They're actually starting to come back in and set up around Falcons once again with SayCloud and Smile. Falcons are back to square one. They know to their north is going to be Team Secret and Weibo. And they know straight ahead is going to be YG. So for Falcons, this is going to be a hard rotate depending on where it goes. And I assume they're going to have to move forward. There's no way they get blessed by this, right?
Well, let's see. It's going southeast. Okay, so they're going to have to leave from the northwest side. Again, there's this big hill ridge in the middle of this circle with Ida as well playing on the compound there that sits out to its west. Regnum Karya down on the south side, playing in a fairly secure spot as it stands. The high ground on the south side of the road, that's going to get dismounted.
So Smile on the flank, SayCloud up ahead, Narvalo almost dropped, I should say. Falcons are going to be put into a blender. These off angles are going to be deadly. It's going to take a miracle shot from Falcons to drop one. Hold up, maybe a miracle third party. Order from Weibo drops one from a distance. Now this gives an opportunity potentially for Falcons to, I don't know, make an impact, but Narvalo needs to get back on his feet. Weibo now going in. Yeah, I think Falcons are cooked in this moment.
3 players remaining. They're mounting up. Let's see if they can find a charge position. I mean, with all 3 players, they could just send onto SayCloud's spot, right? It depends on the speed at which Yangon Galacticos can respond. Smile regroups onto it. It feels like they've read that that is a possibility. But instead of that, Falcon's going to try and sail under the terrain cover, get ahead of Yangon Galacticos, potentially towards Horror and towards Sky, or maybe even all the way over the road. Okay, Redoc's going to lead the charge there. Where are they hoping to find an impact here?
They're just, man, I think they're going haywire. They're just trying to get away. There's not a good really round of rotation, in my opinion. I mean, Koa runs into one of the members from Fourth Rise. Valak will take him out, and Falcons get pieced apart. I don't think this is really an issue of Falcons. Like, Falcons held their ground. They didn't get blessed by zone. The pressure from Yangon Galacticos was a little bit too much. Then Weibo joins into the mix, and you lose Narvalo. Falcons realistically didn't have a safe space to rotate to.
It's still disappointing. I feel like maybe they could have taken the fight over towards Yangon Galacticos, right? As much as you might not want to, it could have been the easier option.
I still think they would have lost.
Crashing onto the duo, maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say. You know, it's difficult to do what ifs here. But Yangon Galacticos may be struggling against the last player from Horror, who will fall in the end with a little assist from Noki over in the distance. And Yangon Galacticos, hey, you know what? Yeah, let's give them a break, guys. They've had a real tough time of it so far. Let's allow them to get back onto their feet. Fourth Thrives, not willing to do so.
That's right, Fourth Thrives. They want to go back to back, and the potential is here with 4 players still up. You've got Yangon Galacticos in this little bit of a fishbowl. Valak can just mow down nades along with IQ. Even so, the smoke is enough to give a little bit of concealment for Yangon Galacticos. And, well, they're going to go ahead and return the nades themselves, and they can still make it out of this. If I'm Fourth Thrives, I get aggressive on this. Start mowing them down. Start shooting into the smoke. You need to silence this roster now.
The difficulty is that northern flank, and of course across the way the team's holding the compound. It is so nerve-wracking to make this call. They're not quite in the position to do so. Noki over the angle may be a linchpin position for them, but he doesn't really have sightlines over to Yangon Galacticos. The thing is, committing for this position when you're Fourth Thrives may be a little bit of a bridge too far, and I think that slipping around the sidelines may be better in the long run for them positionally.
Okay, it seems to be the case. Now, for Yangon Galacticos, Ida ahead of them. A couple of shots fired into him, and there is value in potentially crashing in and trying to take over that compound because it is within the zone. However, there are other options, but not many of them. So eventually, you're going to have to fight for a hardcover POI. For Yangon Galacticos, it looks like that's exactly where they're going, straight into Ida.
EDA have been able to hold this compound for a long time. They've only got the one elim to show for it at the moment, but you imagine that that number is going to start to rise as teams like Yangon Galacticos going to have to move. I say that, and I heard exactly what I said just as I said it, because it is Yangon Galacticos. We'll see if they can do a little bit more. Alpha Gaming, they lost Reapers earlier on, but they're still pouring out punishment over the rest of the south side of this lobby to see if they can get a little bit of retribution over the teams that took them down a peg. Yangon Galacticos moving up and actually further north and potentially looking to insert over on towards the ridgeline that Weibo have the north end of.
I wouldn't be against that. I just don't know how much value you're really going to gain sending it to the hardcover compound where EDA is currently at. Now for Alter Egos though, straight into Fireflux. This was a duo that was dismantled early on who has been staying alive center zone, but now as they do get pressured, they once again have to fight for their lives in the final game of the day. And Madcap very weak. His partner just to his right taken down. Madcap tries to recover with a little bit of health. He'll get the medkit pop to time to fire onto Alpha, but is it enough? Can he continue to stay up? Can he continue to fight Alter Egos? The answer is no.
They will be able to roll back, and Yangon Galacticos are going to go right now headlong into the compound here. Say Cloud down first, Spiler-Murner trying to put pressure down the line. Rita goes down now.
IQ भी finish हो गया.
अबे चल पूरी टीम as it will be shut down. Aaron from across the way putting nades on in. That splits Murna and he's shut down with the nade from across the distance. Over in that warehouse they hold strong. Two players for the top of the table team. It's Romeo and Smile to try and piece things back together against EDA.
Flashed, Smile down, Romeo now forced to go at it straight ahead. It's a battle for sure. The winner of this getting a plethora of points. But Weibo comes in, and Weibo needs a big game. This could be massive for them if they can somehow, someway as a duo, wipe these two rosters and get a deep run. That'll put them closer to 100, but as order falls, Sook last alive. The chances of that happening now fall to the wayside.
Not really super likely to happen in the first place. But Aaron on this off angle in the warehouse has been instrumental throughout this entire fight. With just Romeo remaining, he was able to cut across the sideline of Yangon Galacticos' position for so long. Beautiful stuff coming through on the off angle for the young Firecracker player Aaron over on EDA.
Romeo, last one standing. Yangon Galacticos trying to fight. Here comes the push, and it is going to be good as Darkin gets the final shots. Yangon Galacticos out earlier than they wanted once again, but let's face it, still healthy. But now APG has a direct route into first place to set the point threshold.
DRX as well. Remember, they're a team with a chance to push up towards the top of the tables. They have 4 players alive. Unfortunately,
welcome to the stream. भाई लोग जो आ रहा है लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो. जो जिन्हें स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाई लोग.
The Garage really not providing too much cover here. You just need to keep these nades coming on through. DRX going to have to move a little bit further north with Alter Ego lighting up their crossing. Krypton finds so easy, but Hyunbin does find the way all the way across. Gets the spray down onto one, but cut through by the rest of E-Arena. Joker and Mormon holding face for now. And DRX having a tough time of getting across this roadside.
Very tough time indeed. And in fact, Weibo's going to be fully finished off. There was a down player earlier. We knew Sook was going to try and go at it alone. For APG, a chance to dethrone Yangon Galacticos, who has been in first place for the longest time. But the question is, can they pressure up? Can they take down Ragnum Kari? And I just don't know if they're going to be able to. It's going to be a tough spot to be in without question. And APG already has a downed player. This is truly going to be a testament of their skills.
Top 2 वालों की fight कर रही है.
3 players, but only 2 of them up and standing. The off-angle dispatched now. Regnum Kaya have the blue zone to play around, but they have to leave as well. Top taken very, very low there for Alpha Gaming as Yol breaks out wide a little bit more healthy. Needs to find a needle
IDA, IDA अगर निकाल लेता ना कोई IDA ये जो आ रही है आराम से 5वें नंबर पर.
Looking to sweep the legs, Yol goes down. Alpha Gaming most likely falling here to the blue zone, and the final tag is good. Regnum Kaya, 4 players alive. Now they need to turn their attention northwards.
And I don't think it was enough to overtake first place. So top place should go to Yangon Galacticos, who hold on tight with APG so close. We focus on the remaining teams left, and of course we look at Power, who's had a decent day. But will this be the shining example of what they can do in the finals? Well, maybe not so, as they're down to a solo.
Teams are ripping ripping shreds out of each other along this ridgeline that sits central to the circle right now. Power were there for the longest time, but now they've only got Ragnar to contend on this high ground. Alter Ego pushed in from the east side. They are playing as three. One of the main forces in this circle, the Ragnar Kaya on the south side, they had four, but Sakura wants to change that. Maybe a chance to take them low. Will go in with the shot cannon again. Takes another player down, and Irina not going to go down without a fight just yet. Regnum Kaya, Day getting ruined right now to close it down. Loxy back to the blue, not much wiggle room to play with.
They might have few points, but they are mighty, but from the off angle, taken down before the story can truly get started. Now down to our top 4 rosters, and well, things start to get exciting for Ragnar Karya. 2 players down. The question is, can they get Wild and Loxy back into the fight? You also got a question for Silas. How much of an impact can he have against Alter Egos? He's in the 4th position, and I believe Alter Egos know exactly where he's at.
Silas needs to hold this face here, right? For Ragnar Karya, they need the control of this open ground that sits in front of them. 20 seconds was enough to get those reses before the zone pushed on in. They get another healing gun, the vehicle's low. Rosemary now pushing up, and that's the rest of power dispatched. Ida as well, playing up and on that ridgeline from the western side. Ragnar Kaya finally able to get away. And as for players, this may just be done and dusted.
This might be, but you got to give credit where credit is. Oh, what a nade from a distance. Darkin throws it just right. Krypton down. Alter Egos. 2 members to fight.
वेलकम हो गया यार, जो आ रहा है लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार, जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाई लोग.
For Ragnar Karya with all 4 players alive, surely this is their game to take. It's been a while since they've been in the winner's circle, a while since they've had a winner chicken dinner. Surely they can get the job done this time around.
Next stage will close dead center. That sits close to Alva's position right now. You can see that high ground there is under their control, but Ida could take the angle here, and Ragnar Kai obviously with these nades, that looks pretty good. I don't think that Alter Ego are going to be able to hold this position for much longer. Ragnar Kaya should just be able to swell over this. That nade looks good, and there's the knock that they were looking for. Alter Ego want to try and take a player or 2 down against Ragnar Kaya. They'll need to find this opening, but they've now lost their forward position, and it's just so hard to find these openings.
Ooh, and that's a big down to Darkin. That's going to drop the players from Ida down to just a solo. Alter Egos at a duo. Loxy weak, no worries. He's got teammates for a reason. Slowly but surely, Ragnar Karya start to push forward. Alter Egos, they're back against the wall. They still have to worry about the solo from Ida, who's going to be Aaron, who's trying his best to stay up as long as possible. But Wild wants to take his head off.
We'll go for the spray, and there's the connection. Ragnar Karya now in a full face 2v4. It's their advantage. Silas leading from the front. They've got 9 elims. They can add that up to 11. That will be a 21. And put them nice and healthily for a podium competition spot at the end of day 2 here on the grand finals. Silas again pushing around the edge with that UMP, the AUG in the back pocket as well, facing down against Rosemary and an MG3. That is not a friendly sight to see, but he's got his teammates where Rosemary does not.
Great shots.
Rosemary,
a guy that's been known to clutch up 7 eliminations for the day. Silas goes over the hill. Rosemary guns him down. Is this the end? Will Ragnar Karya choke the final engagement despite the man advantage?
1v3.
And Krypton's hitting the shots needed. Krypton might be able to do this.
Finish me Mario यार जियो.
He only has a couple of players to take care of. He goes to challenge on the Loxy, but it's not enough. You can't reset this. You can't get Rosemary back into the fight. You just have to keep pushing.
Ragnar Karya choke on the first push, and now Krypton in a 1 versus 2. Loxy and Wild for Ragnar Karya trying to keep this one in the back pocket. Alter Ego have 14 elims. No way are they going to let Rosemary get this res. Ragnar Karya dropping the ball here on Loxy. No, he steps back again. Are you kidding me, Ragnar Karya? That's not going to work out. It's Alter Ego to find a wild opening onto Ragnar Karya. That is crazy. What a massive blunder indeed. That is insanity. I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot believe what just happened.
देखते हैं अब क्या पॉइंट्स निकलते हैं. कर गया भाई। ओए होए ए फिनिश। ये उसे बढ़ जाती ना शॉटगन। और हम